Yeah, your soul will do. Excuse me. Oh, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Well, what do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oran from Mialun. From Mialun. That's me. Hi. Hisashi Buri desu. Hi. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm alive. Can you tell? I'm alive. I did it, I made it, I'm here. For the record, I said it on the description of the YouTube stream, but I'm not fully back. Like, I'm still on hiatus. I'm just checking in. I'm here to check in. I will be doing this periodically for the next little bit, like just randomly having a stream, kinda. So this isn't like a full I'm back. That's why I didn't title it I'm back. It just says checking in.
So will do.
Thank you guys for your resubs, because these are all resubs that I'm getting notifications for, it looks like, but thank you for your resubs. Thank you for choosing to hang out.
Yep. Your soul will do.
Thank you, thank you. I haven't done this in a bit, so right now I'm just like, who? I haven't streamed in a while, so I don't know how to talk. But I'll do my best to speak. She came back for Pokemon Champions, you wish. I don't even know. I forgot that it was supposed to be coming out today, actually. I totally forgot. But it is true. I was starting to forget what you looked like. For some reason, I had this idea in my head that you were all green. Wow, that's a crazy hallucination to have. Crazy. But no, I'm not green. We lost Yuno to Pokopia. You lost me to depression. Pokopia just also happened to be part of the same time frame. You lost me to really bad mental illness. I actually didn't really like Pokopia as much as most other people would, which makes sense because Pokopia is a lot of Minecraft and I am not a Minecraft girly. Not to say that I hate Pokopia, because that is not true. I do like it. I just don't... I'm not, like, obsessed with it. You want more structure? You did, yes, and... I think I really like the story of Pokopia. But then when it comes to the actual, like, part of the game that they want you to enjoy, which is the building and the construction and the, like, doing the side questing and what have you, I'm just like, it's okay. I'm definitely one of those people that instead of making my own structures, I'm just kind of building off of the scraps of each area to make it look good. Like, I'm not very creative. I'm not very creative visually, so instead I just kind of go off of what the game has already provided and I just complete what's already there. So I'm probably not like the best player of Pokopia, but it's not like I hate it. But you liked the other game it's paired with Animal Crossing? Animal Crossing! I like the interior design aspects of Animal Crossing, I have come to realize. I don't really like decorating outsides. Also, I will say Pokopia has more interesting quote-unquote villagers. The dialogue in Pokopia is way more interesting than the dialogue in Animal Crossing. It must be said. It must be said. Also, I agree. The unique interactions that the Pokemon have are nice. I like it. Yeah, Hanaki, welcome in. But yeah, no, you didn't lose me because of Pokopia. Pokopia just also happened to exist at the same time as my mental illness spiral. So I had something to do, I guess, for a little while. I still haven't beaten the game. I think I'm close, though. Hitomi managed to get the game, and has beaten it before me, even though I started playing it before her. So it goes. So it goes. I wish we had lost you to Bokopia. Very fair. But no, I liked the game. It's just not my, favorite thing currently. Hitomi got a Switch too? Yes, that is one of the updates you missed. Hitomi managed to get a Switch 2, as an early birthday gift to herself. And then Pokopia. Because she had so much FOMO that she just needed to get it as soon as possible, so she did what she had to do to get it. Which is also why she's managing to beat it before me, because she's actually good at games like Minecraft and likes games like Minecraft. So she likes that aspect of Pokopia. She already beat the main story. Although I don't think she's been playing it much in the past couple of days, because once you beat the main story, all that's left to do is, like, quests and cosmetic rebuilding. So she wants to rebuild the first area, because currently she has, like, really basic shitty apartments for all the Pokemon. And she wants to give them actual houses, but she doesn't really know how to build them or, like, where she wants to go from here. So, yeah. I think that's why she hasn't been playing. I think she said that she's been turning on the game, looking at what she has to do in Withered Wasteland and being like, you know what? Nah. You know what? No. And then she closes the game. Which is valid. Rewrote the calendar to get a Switch 2. These Animal Crossing clock exploits are getting out of hand. We love time travel in this household. We have Professor Tangrowth, artist Smeargle, Ghost Pikachu, Mosslax, I think I forgot one. The Tink Master, super efficient builder Tinkaton is the one you forgot. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I do a little roll of my shoulders. Yippee! They can live in Neopets Roach Towers forever. Man, the problem with the apartments that Hitomi has built, though, is that she put a lot of big Pokemon in tiny spaces, so every time she needs to go get, like, Onyx or whatever for something that she's building, Onyx can't escape the tiny little apartment. I'm just like, you literally have them locked up in basically jail cells. And every time she goes to get Onyx and Onyx is in his little house, he can't get out, so he's like, I can't follow you, bud. Where are you going? It's so funny. She had to, like, take down the roof so that he could move more easily, and even that still doesn't help.
Your soul will do.
Which makes me laugh. The cook squirrel, oh yeah, true, Chef Dente as well. The chef Greedent. But at least I didn't build them tiny little baby apartments for babies. I do the exploit where you just put a bunch of blocks in like a square or a rectangle and then you put a door and then the game counts that as a house. So they live in an open space. They're just kind of in like an enclosure. Like a fence. With a door. Because I don't know what else to build. So that's me. That's what I'm doing. That's me. That's what I do. That's what I'm doing. That's very generous of you. We love open air spaces. And then like very random pieces of furniture. Hitomi had a system where she gave them like one decoration of each type in their tiny little baby apartments. I just kind of do whatever is in my inventory. I'm like, oh, this is a decoration. Blech. There you go. Most people are having problems with Mosslax. I think most people did not like the beach area at all, even though that's where they introduced the people's Pokemon lesbian, Pikachu. But a lot of people didn't really like the bleak beach area because of all of the electrical manipulation you have to do in that spot. I would agree. I'm one of those people. It kind of annoyed me. I don't think it annoyed me as much as other people got annoyed by it, but I can understand why it was annoying. Hitomi was watching me play before she got her own copy, so when she finally had her copy and was doing the Bleak Beach stuff, she already knew what to do because she saw me do it. So she was just like, okay, beep boop, and then she like effortlessly did it. By the time she unlocked the part with Pikachu and the generator, she already had the generator charged up to 5 out of 6, and so I was like, what the hell? What the helly? Because when I unlocked the generator, I only had like 2. So I was like, man, it really do be like that. She works smart. She really do. She made it look easy. Meanwhile, I was just over here like, where the fuck do I put this utility pole that doesn't look ugly? I never figured it out. My town is full of randomly placed utility poles. But that's fine. My house gets all the furniture in a proper layout. The other guys, whatever. The house that I have built for me and Pikachu to live in looks very nice. The houses that everybody else gets, there's stuff in there. That's fine, right? They get some stuff. The issue being, how do we move this thing? That's the thing you don't. Yeah, no, literally you don't. Me and Lesbian Queen Palace. The rest, square. The rest, rectangle if you are lucky. Maybe I fixed one of the broken houses in the town and you can live in that, I guess. I've seen some crazy builds on Twitter. One of the streamers that I like to watch, that I've been watching more of now that I've been on hiatus, has been building, like, recreations of restaurants. Like, I think the last one that he built was recreating Red Lobster in Pocopia, and I'm just like, that's crazy, but I love that for you. I could never. The level of, like, creativity that some people have when it comes to making these crazy builds is insane to me. I could never do it. Is this the great Bunagi I heard so much of? Who is Bunagi? That sounds like a different person. I have sometimes been called Buno, though, so I suppose it's like a slight mistaken identity. In a morbid way, Pikachu is the first natural electric ghost. Pikachu does not have ghost typing. She is just electric. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I literally just took a sip. I saw the one where someone built a one-to-one recreation of RPD from RE2. Yeah. Yeah. You know Hanagi. It's a ghost now. I mean, I checked. I don't think it actually is listed as ghost type. Because she's not a ghost. She's just really pale. Like, she's not dead. She just doesn't have enough electricity to have a different complexion. Someone straight made Lumios from ZA. I mean, again, people are just, like, super creative. It's a good game for people who have that level of creativity. I don't, so I'm just kind of chilling.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you for tip. And again, thank you guys for all of the resubs and the redeems and such too as well. My brain's very little. I have to remember how to keep up with this stuff. 7-stream streak, wowie. I would just rebuild the city to its original layout. I mean, it's hard because at least in Pocopia, they don't always make it clear what the analogs are supposed to be. Like, I wouldn't know what to do with the 4th area. even if they kind of try to make an implication, but there's like been a lot of discourse about which ones they're actually meant to be. Can only stay for a few at work. Glad to see you. How are things? Things are fine. They're okay. Things are. That's also true. They indeed are. So part of why I was taking the hiatus was because I was trying to get into therapy. I haven't found a good option for a therapist yet. I've been trying to find a person who might be a decent match. That's been a struggle. So I haven't gotten into therapy yet. And I think because of that, it's been causing me to still not be very good mentally. I've been sleeping a lot, which is not the greatest. I've been playing games occasionally. I've been, I don't know, just living. I've just been trying to live, man. I've just been trying to vibe. The Yuno sleep modes are too much and not nearly enough. No, but actually, I literally pulled a full-on all-nighter yesterday. Like, Sunday night into Monday, I pulled a full-on all-nighter. And then I slept for a couple of hours in the afternoon. And then today, I got up at, like, a normal-ish time, like 6 a.m. And then I went to go take a nap at, like, 10:30 a.m. And then I forgot to set an alarm. I totally thought I had set an alarm, but I woke up at 1:45 p.m. and was like, oh shit. I said I was gonna stream today. So I had to do a 15-minute speed run of getting ready. And then I still was late. Never change, Yuno Hanaki. Never change, Miss Yuno. It really be how it do sometimes. Yes, I do appear. For one day only. I'll probably disappear again after this. It happens though if I don't set dupes, I'm late for work. Real. Sometimes you have to have additional alarms in case you turn everything off. But then you also end up being me and you forget to even set one. I had full memory in my brain of having set an alarm, but apparently I didn't. So I was like, oh shit. That's crazy. A skill issue on my part. So it goes. How's the chair? Oh yeah, I guess that's another new update. My chair broke, during my away time. Yeah, and I was like, well, that kind of sucks. Cause it was so close to April, which was, which is, I should say, scary financial big money death month. So I had to get a new chair. And then I had a chair on throne for a while because I was meaning to upgrade anyway to a chair that I could actually sit cross-legged in. And somebody bought it for me when I mentioned on my sub account that my chair broke. So I was like, oh, thank you, but why did you buy it anonymously? Go to jail. Because I couldn't thank them properly. I had to thank an anonymous person, which is fine. It be how it do sometimes. But I got the chair, and it took me a couple hours to build, but I did build it. So far, it's been working pretty nicely. Yes, there is a benefit of having, the double armrest, but the other cool thing about this chair is that the armrests just flip back so that I can sit cross-legged even better. I love this for me. It's been balancing well, I guess. It's very plush. Like, it's more like pillowy than my last chair, which is good for my butt. especially because I sit at my computer so often. And then, it is also easy to sit cross-legged in it. I do like that for me, too, as well.
Do better.
Thank you for tip. But yeah, it works well so far. I have officially had it for a week as of today. And I like it. It's definitely a good... I've been kind of thinking of it as, like, kind of a transitional chair, because I think I do want to get, like, a different cross-legged chair, in the near future, if I can. But this one definitely is serving its purpose. And it's comfy, and I like it. I think the only actual, like, downside of it is the fact that I can sometimes hear it, like, creak when I try to, like, move or wiggle it around, and that's kind of a concern. Because this chair is, like... I mean, I built it, so I'm scared that the structural integrity is gonna make it die. I tried to be very careful with keeping all of the screws tightened, because I thought that was part of the problem with the last chair, that I didn't tighten them well enough. So I tried to be extra careful when I built this one. So I'm just nervous that that was not enough. And then also there's less back support on this one. Because the last chair that I was in was like a gamer chair, so it had like the full back, including like the headrest. This one doesn't have a headrest. It just goes to my back. And I have to like sit back a lot if I want to actually use the backrest, which is fine. But it's different from what I'm used to. Pretty Yuno, pretty meow. Hi. Hope you're doing good. It's probably just settling. Probably. But every time it makes a noise, I'm like, uh-oh. But that's just because I'm nervous. I don't want it to break like the last one. I'm just like, uh-oh. The force of my thick thighs is gonna make it shatter. But I think we're fine. Pretty sure we're fine. Would we be able to see the buns after so long? Okay. There you go. Glad to see you again. I don't know if you're back. I am not back. I am just here temporarily. You're probably only going to be getting a handful of check-ins for a little bit until I feel comfortable coming back to a full schedule. Occasional check-ins, crumbs of Yuno Hanaki presence. I am still also doing, like, offline work, when I have the energy to. I mention it on my sub account occasionally, but I've been recording, I've been, filming, we're, like, recording videos, I guess, for stuff, like, for projects. So I will still probably promote some projects, in the time that I'm gone. Because I'm still working. It's just not on streams. And I do want to work, on some more, like, offline videos for my own channel as well. Part of the issue has just been finding motivation. The motivation well has been a bit dry, but I'm trying to work through it. Having deadlines helps, and when other people set deadlines, I listen to other people's deadlines. When it comes to me doing my own work, I'm just like, my deadline is whenever I finish it. And then I just close my eyes and I disappear. So, that's kind of where that's been. But I am working on it, I promise. There will hopefully be some crumbs of Yuno Hanaki content coming out, to make up for the fact that I'm not really streaming as much. At least that's the goal. I'm trying not to push it right now, at least, because of the fact that I've been in the, like, mental health trenches. I feel like it's better to not really force it when I'm still struggling on that side. So, I do my best. Yeah. My deadline is future Yuno's problem. My deadline is whenever I feel like the project is done. Thank you for the bruh. Thank you. The temptation to throw this at you as Senior Anonymous. Thank you for not doing that. Sign your bruz. That is appreciated. I just got to my break. I'm glad I have a chance to say that I miss you an appropriate amount. Thank you. I miss you guys too. That was another part of the reason why I wanted to stream today. I just felt like I wanted to do a little check-in because I miss streaming. I miss streaming a fair and regular amount. The reality is that I do have a lot of things I want to stream. Part of the work I've been doing is I've been getting, like, stuff set up for certain game streams and certain, like, gaming-type contents. So you might see me crop up every now and again to play a game. Because I got a code or whatever. But, you know. It's just been hard to, like, commit to a schedule with it all. Man, I can already feel my voice starting to get hoarse, too. Ay. Turning into an Umamusume in real time. Sorry, Umamasume. I thought it was funny that your first reaction was telling Damadachi to go to jail when you got the chair. Because they were anonymous! Whoever got the chair for me didn't put their name, so I couldn't thank them. So that's why I said jail. Fricked up, sick and twisted, etc., etc. Future Yuno problem, meanwhile future Yuno curse you me. Yeah, literally. I'm just like, man, if it's the fucking consequences of my actions. Happens more often than you think. Back alley chair purchase. Imagine not knowing who could be any one of us. They didn't leave a message. Normally, I can tell based on how you guys write. But because it just said from anonymous and there was no little note, I had no way to tell. So, bleh. I've been foiled. I can't guess without the info. What you buying? God, how I miss that lovely hairstyle. You guys really do love the buns. The minute I turned them on, everybody was just like, yeah! Bun time! Which is very valid. I also love bun time. This is the Yuno rage bait strat. No! Please don't rage bait me. I'm just a little guy. The universe provides. Bun time is cute looking. Yes, I agree. There's a reason I calmed that art, which is very lovely. Thank you guys for calming and posting art in these current times. It is very nice to be able to check my tags still and occasionally see artwork. The hairstyle looks so good, especially mixing the bun with the front hair. Yeah, if you will recall, this is a combination of two hairstyle suggestions from my mama. Initially, this was just going to be like a short haircut with like a slight angle in the back. Like it was going to be a very angular shortcut. But I liked the hair buns too much. But I didn't really care for the bangs that were attached to the original design for the hair buns, so I combined the two. I really liked the side bang from the short haircut, so I was like, can I have that with the buns? Because my mama was like, you can combine any aspects of these if you want to mix and match them. So that's what I did. Yeah. All the hairstyles are nice indeed. I only wish to see the back realized in regard to the hair out style. You mean the long hair? It does kind of show a little bit on my ref sheet. It's just not drawn out, you know? Because you have to be able to see my back.
Bruh.
Out here doing this again. Thank you for the bruh. I recognize you. You may be anonymous, but I recognize you because you were like 90% of the reason why we were able to complete the Yunothon. So you're anonymous, but you're also not because I recognize your track record. If you want to hide from me, you're gonna have to say not burr or some shit. I know who you are. Squinting. Anyway, thank you. Follow the footprints and the culprit appears. Me with my detective hat on. I know what you are. A very kind person. That is what they are. That is correct. Seeing all the art you got while away was a really nice way to cope. That's how I feel. I'm just like, man, I haven't used my model in a long time. Like, the first time I used it was a couple days ago when I finally started recording video for projects that I'm in. And it made me really miss her. Like, after I finished recording, I just kind of sat here, with the app open, and I was just going through all my toggles, and I was just like, wow, I've missed her. Haha, wow, I've missed her. Wow, I've missed her. Once again, Narcissus has nothing on me and my appreciation for, you know, Hanaki 2.0. All of that to say, I've missed her. So it's been kind of nice to stream and be able to, like, bounce around again, because it's been a bit. I'm being more careful than I was when I was recording videos, though, because when I was recording videos, me bouncing around did crazy things to my head and my neck. I gave myself whiplash, basically. So I'm trying to mellow it out again so that I don't freak it and hurt my head. I have enough headaches going on these past couple of weeks. I don't need to give myself one just by nature of being a wiggly little ass. Complete with gremlin laughs. That's me. Gotta ease into the bounce. Yeah, man. But the wiggles are the reason to live. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I just have to be a little careful so that I don't make myself dizzy. Because after I recorded those videos the other day, I was dizzy. I was like, man, I'm dizzy. But I'm okay. It's because I hadn't used my model for like over 2 weeks at that point. The wiggle reflexes, they were getting stiff. They were getting stiff from lack of use. The fine line between wiggles and the mosh pit. Yeah, like this is just wiggles. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to actually bait you into tipping again. I'm so sorry, my bad. But thank you. That one's from Anandama. Messed up, etc., etc. Thank you for the bruh. I didn't mean to bait you into doing it again. That wasn't my intention. I was just trying to rib on purpose. It was out of love. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Wow, you held them at gunpoint to do that. I can't believe I whipped out a anime weapon on stream that is not an actual gun. Twitch, please don't yell at me. I can't believe I whipped out an anime PNG of a gun and basically forced everybody into giving me money. In Minecraft! SpongeBob holding out his hands meme before he gets crushed by a truck. In Minecraft! In Pocopia! Nah, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. But thank you very much. can't believe I fell for the katana. Sometimes it happens, you know? It's okay. There is no shame.
Anyways.
What was I saying before this? Right, I was just talking about having to get reused to the whole streaming thing. Making content thing. Gotta get reused to it. Oh! Something else I can update you with. There is a chance that Yuno Hanaki, full-time content creator, will be taking a backseat, depending on how things go in the next little bit. I got an interview. I got an interview for a position at a library that is full-time. Full-time and benefits. That is tomorrow. I haven't had it yet. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I'm a little nervous, but I hope I do a good job. I hope I can do an okay job, because full-time job would be very helpful for Bunobanaki or financial security soon? Maybe? Maybe? I hope so. I would be working at the adult services desk. Which is like where they have all of the like crafting supplies, like all of the like printing and like the button makers, etc., etc. But I also would still be doing like desk work, helping with like going through the different sections of the library recommendations for stuff. Yeah. Adult books desk. No. Adult services desk. Like, this is where you would go if you were going to be doing, like, 3D printing, or if you're gonna be doing, like, making buttons or, like, that kind of stuff. Like, it's where, like, the workspace area is. And then also typical librarian things. But the good news about this position is that you don't have to have the master's degree in library science in order to work it. They technically did have one other position open, to be one of the head librarians of the teen section, but you have to have the master's for that. And you know, I didn't go to school for library science, so I couldn't do that. Not yet anyway. If I get this position and it's full-time and I'm making money, maybe I'll consider going to grad school too, who knows? And then I could transfer. Servicing the adults.
Cute.
Wait, no, go back. Don't word it like that.
Better.
Don't word it like that. Libraries have 3D printers. Some do. Like I said, they have like a workspace at this one. This isn't like the one that's close to where I live in Onigashima. It's a little bit further away. But it's still like relatively close to where transport wouldn't be difficult. At least I feel that way. I feel that way about it. 3D printing in a library, that's cool. Yeah. So they want someone with like decent tech literacy, which I do have. So I feel like once they teach me how to use the machines, I will be able to teach other people to use the machines. So that part of it I am not as nervous about. The desk work, easy. The desk work, I think, will be easy. The only thing that has me nervous is if I'm gonna have to man the little workshop area. Me 3D printing a book and being mad it didn't copy the text. It's only book shape, we're book words.
Yep. Your soul will do.
Do you have to know the Dewey? I do not have to know the Dewey. I just kind of have to have a vague understanding of where certain sections are in the library to give advice. I think they also teach you how to give recommendations for people that are looking for recommendations. But I don't have to know the Dewey. It was not on the list of things I have to know. Holy shit. Hi, Tomoe Carmine. Yuno Hanaki. That's me. Hello. At work right now, can actually hear you, but I hope all is well. I'm good. Oh, right. You just said you can't hear me. I should probably... I'm good. Thank you. I manifested this. I take all credit. That's true. Tomoe Carmine did manifest this. I showed up on one of her streams a couple days ago. Well, not on, in the chat. And one of the first things that I remember her saying is, "Where are my Hanaki streams?" And I was like, so true, Tomoe Carmine. I should try to stream sometime soon. In a way, she did manifest this. Tomoe Carmine. From bookworm to bookworm with a job. That is the hope. Assuming that all goes well. I'm not trying to, like... I'm not making any assumptions, but I applied to the job, like, a day or two before they offered the interview, so I feel like signs are good. Maybe they will like me? We'll have to see. I'm nervous. I'm nervous about it. Unfortunately, since your hiatus, the balance between your streams and comfy games has swung in favor of comfy games. So true. So many comfy games have come out in the time that I've been on break. Every time I see them, like, releasing, I'm just like, whoa, hey, slow down, man. Whoa, hey, whoa, slow down. I see she did it for women. No, I did it for you guys. But one of the motivators was woman. This is true. The library desk should suit you and your smart girl voice. That's so true.
Hi, welcome to Onigashima Library. I'm Yuno. How can I help you?
This is me talking on the phone. You're going to actually be there, might as well work there. You mean like making stuff in the workspace? I suppose I could. I mean, if they teach me how. Is this a Wendy's? No, this is a library. Yeah, that's literally gonna be me. I'm gonna be like, actually, you want to go to the section over there? It's literally me. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm keeping my expectations tempered because I don't want to get my hopes up. But this would be a cool opportunity for the Bunobanaki to have a little bit more security to survive. And then that also mean I'd have some dollars that I could put into creating as well. Which means more stuff for you guys. I'd be able to actually like do more stuff and like have a wider variety of things happening on the channel. And it would be good. But again, I'm not trying to make any assumptions about how it could end up going. I'm just trying to do my best. I'm gonna become a professional, actually, literally.
Actually, we offer these services.
Glad to know people are still using libraries in this day and age. Probably not too many, but my hope is that more people will use libraries because libraries are very invaluable tools. You can do so much cool stuff at certain libraries. Cute Oni coming to a library near you soon, maybe, possibly. Well, there's a non-zero chance. I mean, yeah, I would say it's non-zero. I'm trying to stay a little optimistic. But also, expectations are tempered. I usually fumble during interviews, so I'm admittedly nervous about the interview. But it's a phone interview, and it's kind of short. It's only like a 15-minute window, so hopefully that will make it a little bit easier to push through. I'll do the best that I can. I volunteered at a local library during high school. It was pretty chill. I love libraries. I feel like if I'm going to work any kind of like customer service adjacent job, doing it at a library is probably the best possible option for me, because libraries are mostly quiet. So we'll see how it goes. It would be an ideal environment for me. If it's not super busy too, then that means I can just read and hang out at the desk. And then when I am needed, I can be summoned. But then I could mostly read, and that would be awesome. At the library streams. I don't think I could stream from the library, no. Because again, libraries are supposed to be quiet. It would probably just be ASMR of me flipping pages in a book. And then I'd have to mute whenever someone actually came up to talk to me, because otherwise there would be personal info. Libraries are for the most part self-managed. Indeed. Indeed. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so it would be pretty ideal if I could get this position. Because I'd be making decent-ish money per month. And like I mentioned earlier, it is full benefits, so it's like all the healthcare benefits, personal time off, paid holidays, because it's like a public facility, so it closes during public holidays, so I wouldn't have to work during holidays either. Yeah. I'm nervous, but I hope it goes well. Because if I'm going to work anywhere, it would be a library. Or like a bookstore, but I don't usually have good luck when I apply to bookstores. Full Benny is goated. Yes, whatever that means. $1 million trillion per month. Bro, I wish. I wish, bro. Really hope you get it. Wishing you all the luck in the world. Thank you. It means a lot. I will probably be sobbing and crying about it on my sub account tomorrow, so, you'll have an inkling. Is the Oni joining the workforce? Potentially. I applied for a full-time position at a local library in Onigashima, and they have asked me for an interview, so I'm gonna take the interview and see how it goes. I have not done an IRL job in a very long time, so I'm a little nervous about that. I don't know if I even still have things that I could wear. I might have to do some shopping, to get, like, appropriate clothes. Appropriate librarian clothes. But I'll be looking into it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I can't think too far ahead. I can't start thinking about it like I'm gonna get it. It's gonna be doom. That's gonna spell doom for me. I have to try and be neutral. And normal. I gotta do the best that I can to be normal about it. We've had a lot more people use the library since we hired this purple woman. Wow, so many people are using our workspace to, like, make buttons and do 3D printing. I wonder why. The cute purple woman who is teaching people how to use the machines. 50% chance of a very sizable art boom of librarionis getting their hair down while removing glasses. True. True. Oh no, you'll get hit on now. I don't think so. I am just little creature. I would conveniently forget how to use those machines every week. Oh my goodness! Thank you for yet another bruh. I cannot believe you guys filled this bar. You're crazy? You're crazy! Thank you. You're crazy! Thank you. You're crazy. I appreciate it. Bar bruh. So true. That's a character from Genshin Impact. Happy April. Happy April skull emoji. I had a little moment of joy when I was setting up the bar, because I realized I could include emojis in the label. So I had fun putting the skull emoji there. They seem to be 3D printing this green purple Oni looking thing. And I'm just like, huh, a green creature? I wouldn't know anything about that. I only know Orpal. May cry laughing. You're so right. If I do another stream like this in May, I will call it May crying emoji. Cry laugh. Ha ha ha. We'll see. I mean, hopefully, maybe if I am going outside more often and socializing more often via work, maybe I will be feeling better about, stuff? To where I can have, like, a more consistent schedule again. June Burger, July Eagle. Huh, interesting. I wonder why you're suggesting those two things. How's the transportation to the library? I think it's, well, I can't give away too much because it's location-based things. It's like a couple minutes away by car. It would probably be a bit of a pain in the ass to walk, so I'm not planning to walk. Public transit in my area of Onigashima is not very good. Like, no matter what. I can maybe see, I might look into if there's options for, like, a bus, maybe. But I kind of doubt it. As far as I'm aware, public transit is pretty booty butt cheek in Onigashima, so I'm not feeling very confident about that. I might have to accept that a portion of my earnings is gonna have to go to, like, rideshare. It is what it is. But I think it would be worth it, if only because, you know, I'd still be making money. It would hopefully eventually pay for itself. And I think there's ways you can set up for, you can set things up in certain ride shares, like if you go to a place that's, like, for work regularly, you can, like, register it as your workplace, and I think you get, like, a slight discount, because you're going to work. I think. I know that used to be a thing. I think it's still a thing. Uber started doing that here? Yeah. So I think I would be okay. Even if I had to rely on rideshare. And, like, worst comes to worst, if I really struggle, I think that area is still, like, relatively close to where my family lives. So, like, worst comes to worst, if I'm really struggling, I could just be like, family, come pick me up from work. I would probably be ride sharing there, and then I would see about getting picked up to be brought home, probably. It depends on the kind of shifts that they give me, too. Because the library is usually open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I don't think my family would be willing to pick me up in the late hours. We'll see. But yeah, like, transportation's not too bad. It's just a couple of minutes by car. Handful of minutes. I won't give you a specific amount of minutes. The old 12 to close shift. I mean, I wouldn't particularly mind that. That would mean I'd still get to have my mornings to myself.
I wouldn't particularly mind.
Have you tried the Bunocopter? Man, I wish. Where is the Bunomobile so that I can just have, like, constant access to a means of transport? Onigashima sucks. Public transit sucks here. I won't give you the minutes, dang, so close to having your coordinates locked. No!
No! Don't do it!
No, thank you. But yeah, that's the other big, huge thing, I guess. But that was a more recent update. That didn't really happen during the 2 or 3 weeks of me just existing. Is there anything else major that happened during this time frame? Not really. People flying around the moon, meanwhile we're waiting for better Earth transport. God, I know, right? Bunocopter just gave me an image of you holding fans and spinning really fast. Accurate. Surely, if I flail my arms fast enough, I will be able to lift off of the ground and fly a little bit. Onigashima sucks. You know Onigashima native Oni. Listen, I'm allowed to complain about the place that I live. I still choose to live here. There was a period of time where I really wanted to move away from this area of Onigashima, but the more I think about it, the more I think it makes sense to stay here, at least for now, because the rest of Onigashima ain't much better, I can tell you that. I think that I am in a very fortunate position in this place in Onigashima, and I feel leaving it to go somewhere else would be very oopid. And I feel like I should be cognizant of the fact that this is a very lucky position to be in compared to where some other people are. It's rough out here, applicable anywhere. So true. So true, man. Moving also means a lot of cleaning. So true, and I fucking hate cleaning. You're so right. If I can avoid having to clean, I will. Very oopid. It's like very stupid, but oopider. Correct. I'm glad you understand the way that I talk. Move in with Hitomi. I've been trying to convince Hitomi to come here and move in with me, because honestly, as much as I complain about the box, because it's a very old box at this point and has gotten like basically no upgrades to like fucking anything, it's very affordable for this area. And if it was split between 2 people, it would be even more affordable. But she doesn't want to move unless she has a full-time remote job. I can't convince her, but I have been trying by being like, hey, if I get this full-time job, I could take care of us. You could come here, I could take care of us while you job hunt. Shaking my rattle at her. Come here. Psst, psst, psst. Come here, kitty. Psst, psst, psst. I'm trying to convince her, but I don't know. She's nervous about going anywhere. Affordable cardboard box? I would say so, at least compared to a lot of the other boxes in this area. Bust out the plastic keys. You're so right. You're so right, bestie. But yeah, she's very nervous about, like, job security stuff. She applied to a full-time position, near where she is, though. So maybe if she works there for a little bit and saves up some money, she'll feel more comfortable coming here. We'll see. You only have to pay for a single DoorDash fee. Real. Lots of people are seeking a full-time remote job. I mean, can you blame them? The panini really showed a lot of people that it's way more viable to work a job at home. You feel just like so much more mentally at peace. I can't really blame people for wanting it. I still wanted it for a while too. Like I said before, the only reason I'm willing to take this IRL position is because it's a library, and libraries are quiet. Quiet and low-key, and I feel like I wouldn't have to be anxious all the time. But yeah, no, the job market is what it is right now. And it feels like it's not really gonna get much better, but we'll see how things go. VTuber is a remote job if you think about it. It's remote freelancing. We are basically freelancers. And you're a contract worker if you work for a company. It is a form of it. But it is often quite rough to be just a freelancer. Or to be just a contract worker. You know, building your 401k. Man, I remember when I had a 401k with company matching. It's fine. This is one of the few... Well, one of the few. What the fuck am I talking about? One of the few benefits that the library does not offer is 401k. Which is fine, because it's a library. What could they possibly do? I'm happy enough that they're willing to pay me a decent wage and that I get, like, the healthcare benefit stuff. I'll gladly take that. It's also nice to get outside every now and again, too. He says as someone who stays inside. I was saying that, too, earlier. I was like, maybe going outside more and socializing with more people face-to-face will do better things for my mental health. Not to say maybe I won't need therapy if I do all that, because I'm pretty sure getting therapy would just be smart for me to still do. But maybe having an active social life would help. Because I currently have, like, no friends that live in this area of Onigashima. All of my socializing has been via the internet for an embarrassing amount of time. And I think it would be nice to try and interact with people in the real world again. The real world. Me too, twin. Handshake emoji. Think of all the vitamin D too. Sunlight at last. Well, I mean, I'd be leaving one building to go immediately into another building. I don't know how much sun I'd actually be getting in that time frame. That said, if I really wanted to just evolve my life and try to go on a normie arc, there's like a recreational center not too far from the library. I'm trying to be very vague about these things, but I can't help but give information. But there's like a recreational center that's kind of near where the library is. And I'm pretty sure that rec center has a pool. Yuno Hanaki swimmer arc on top of Yuno Hanaki librarian arc. Because if I'm going to exercise, I'm going to be freaking swimming. I love the water. Socializing outside is smart, she says to a bunch of people who socialize online. Well, hey, listen. I feel like I have socialized even less than you guys. So this is, like, big for me. That's why I went pharmacy. Forces me to talk to people. So, of course, the pancake closed the office and I work from home. Good thing anime girls are real. So true. I'm gonna become one of those worker girls who has to rely on VTubers to feel better, too. And then also, it's me. I'm VTubers. I'll get to use streaming as a chance to vent about work. Aren't you guys so excited to hear about my random work stories? Libraries near leisure centers are too common to pinpoint. We'll go with that. But no, I was thinking about if things went well with the library, I would probably consider getting a membership to the rec center so that I could do more sweems. This dude put the damn book in the wrong place. So true. I love being a therapist who pays to be here. Stop! I don't treat you guys like my therapist, I promise. I promise. Now you know we'll update herself with romance novels. I mean, I'm plugged into like book content creators, so I see conversations. I wouldn't say book talk specifically, but I hear things about books. I have a decently sized list of books that I want to start digging into, and maybe working at a library will make that happen. I found the BL section. Goodbye. I like the fact that you are confident that the anime and manga section of this library would have a section dedicated to BL. I like the confidence. God bless this silly girl. I want to hear about her giving some dude directions to a book for an hour and a half because emblem must start with M. Emblem. I'd literally die, but so true. Side benefits access to Fujoshi material. Side benefits Fujoshiing out during break hours. So true. Sincerely excited for benefits for Buno, but yes, work stories will be fun too. I'm also excited for benefits for Buno. And also just for money, to be quite honest with you. Because being able to earn more money on top of what I earn from the VTuber ring will be pretty nice. Pretty nice overall. Would love that for me. I read that Pride and Prejudice Yaoi book, and let's say it's a good idea. I hope the author retries it once they have more experience. Did it feel like baby's first published book? Did it feel fanfic author adjacent? I've been there. Understandable. That has happened with a handful of books that I've chosen to pick up before. I think there's like another version of that same concept written by somebody else. I might have to see if I can find it too. And then try that version on top of it. That's okay. I would still be willing to try reading it just because I think it would be funny. I love a book that reads like a fanfic, even if it makes me cringe, because I'm just like, you know what? I wrote like this when I first went to college, so I've been there. I've been in those same trenches. One of the booktubers that I watch was talking about a book that she read that really sounded like it was written on Tumblr in like the 2010s during like the really emo John Locke era. And she talked about how she used to write poetry for John Locke, and she thought that she was like God's gift to poetry, and like signed off with her initials because she really thought it was gonna pop off. And I was just like, you're so real. But she didn't like this particular book that she read because it reminded her too much of being on Tumblr in the 2010s, and I was just like, ooh, unfortunately that sounds like the kind of shit that I would laugh at. I love some slop. And she was like, I felt really bad. A lot of people loved this book, but I didn't like it because it just gave me too many flashbacks to my dark, dark history. Probably not as bad as the Harry Potter fanfic, though. The thing about the Harry Potter fanfic is that it's actually written badly. When we say, like, fanfic voice for other...
Cute. Do better.
With, like, other books, it's, like, good fanfiction, but, like, it's written in a very specific way. I hate to say this, but like, I'm trying to articulate this in a way that doesn't make me want to explode, but I think I unfortunately have to explode. A lot of generative AI text is based off of fan fiction, because fan fiction is very publicly accessible and available. So a lot of the ways that you can tell something has been written by generative AI via like text stuff has been trained off of fan fiction. So a lot of the tropes you see in fan fiction sometimes come across in how things like the GPTs of it all write. Not a quality marker, more of a style/voice. Yes. There's some like sentence structures that are also very commonly used in fanfiction that sometimes come across in this way as well. But if you could think of like a generic ChatGPT written text thing, unfortunately a lot of the choices that it makes are quite similar to how writers write their fanfic. So that's why all AI writing sounds so pompous. Because the way, when you're writing a fan fiction, you're always really trying to make it seem like every line is gonna have like a ton of impact. You're like writing more so for like hoping that you're gonna deliver the next banger line, kinda. There's just something about the way fanfic is written that gives it this very specific tone. But yeah, things like that were all trained off of, like, publicly available fan fiction. I've been meaning to tell you I've been playing a recently released game that once again reaffirms the need for writers, the dialogue and narrative are painfully bad. Oof. Yikes. What game? At least it makes it easy to tell when something is written by AI. I mean, you say that, but it is also causing a lot of fanfic authors to get shit on for sounding like AI when that's just how they write. Which is very frustrating. I think it's like... I mean, some examples, I guess, are like the whole structure of like, it's not X, it's Y, is definitely something that happens a lot in fanfic. The M dash happens a lot in fanfic, although M dash now has been so heavily appropriated by AI that people are afraid to use M dashes anymore. There's the like really drawn out, exaggerated similes, and specifically similes. It's less so metaphors. I feel like similes show up way more often. It's the personification of things that's just kind of like a little bit too intense, direct. I don't know how else to word that. I don't remember what half of those terms mean. Metaphor is a comparison that is made between one thing and another thing without using comparative words such as like or as. Simile is the same thing, but actually does use the words like or as in terms of comparison. Normally, it is used when you want to compare a non-living thing with like a living thing. That happens a lot in fanfiction where it's like, his eyes pierced her heart like a sword would be a simile. And then if you wanted that to be a metaphor, you would change it to his eyes were a blade that pierced her heart. That's how you would kind of have the difference. Terms like that tend to be fanfic oriented. Structures like that. If you want an example of the not X but Y, it would be his eyes were not a gentle caress, they were a sword that pierced her heart, etc., etc. M dashes are used to kind of like symbolize that there's a short pause between the sentences. It's for the sake of breaking up writing and pacing. But again, people are now afraid of the M dash because they think it's too emblematic of generative AI text. Bleh. Literal description versus not literal? Yeah, kind of. It would be like this. Yeah, but M dashes are like longer. Think of it this way, whenever you type like two of them together in text, they kind of join like this. The joined together version is an M dash. It autocorrects to that when you're texting. Like if you were to type 2 dashes, it would autocorrect into like a longer line. That's an M dash. I guess it's true good fanfic writers would be a casualty. I keep forgetting they exist because of all the bad stuff I've seen. Bad is subjective, but true. But yeah, a lot of fanfic authors have been getting shit because people keep thinking that their work is AI. Because unfortunately, if you use those AI checkers, because of the fact that a lot of generative AI text was trained off of fanfiction, you could put any fanfiction in there and it would be like, this is like 90% likely to be AI. And I'm like, well, no, it's 90% likely to be the source of what the AI is spitting out. Same issue with certain artists. People say their style looks like AI, but that's because the AI was trained on their work. Exactly, you get it. You're 90% talking BS? Me. I hate those freaking AI checker websites. Half the time they get shit wrong. More than half, even. I just saw a bad book review. Has the phrase "she fell for him like a 15-year-old falling in love for the first time" referring to an 18-year-old falling in love for the first time. Yeah. It's stuff like that. It's stuff like that. That is definitely the fanfic style. Yuno's presence is comfy and purple like a yam. That's a good simile. I was unaware fanfic authors use the M dash. I'd hope we'd found a definite tell. Yeah, unfortunately though, the more that these things are used, even if you aren't necessarily the one using them, they are going to just get like better and better at what they're doing. So I feel like a lot of the tells are starting to disappear. I've also heard that some people have been, whenever they ask for things like ChatGPT to generate text for them, they specifically ask it to not include any M dashes because that's seen as such an obvious tell now. So I feel like the evil, scary nano machines are starting to learn that they can't use M dashes. Or, you know, you have it generate the text and then you just choose to get rid of the M dashes yourself so that people can't tell that you generated it. But then that makes the structure look really weird because it kind of needed the M dash in order to break things apart. Crime scene cleaner devs have been fighting the community, calling them out for generative AI when they're adamant they don't. The artist has come out and made a sad post about the sad feeling when people say their art looks AI generated. That's so sad. Yeah, there's a creator that I watch. He released merch recently, and everybody started accusing the artist that drew the art for the merch of having generated it. And so he literally had the artist like post on his channel to be like, hey, this is the artist that drew it. It's not AI. It's so sad. Like, people, and I understand that people are scared because they just don't want to like end up accidentally supporting somebody who's using Gen AI. But it is causing a bit of like too much panic, and it's hurting like actual artists. Reminds me of those essay checker websites while in school. Got a paper flagged but was cleared because the compared paper was from across the country and I could not know the person. Yeah, it's very similar. I think a lot of those things ended up being the basis for these AI checkers. Because the thing about AI too is that it can't be fully original since it learned from other pieces of media. So sometimes it does end up generating something that's like a direct sentence from whatever it pulled. And that's why it can end up being caught for plagiarism too. It's sad, but AI has made us cynical. I would rather all AI stop developing. I just think that generative AI needs to go. AI has existed long before generative AI became a problem. It's the Gen AI shit that needs to perish. But I've always said this. I still think in the long run, actual, genuine, heartfelt art will still come out on top because AI stuff can't replicate intent or direction, just imitate. You say this, but I do also understand the cynicism some people have. Because, like, I think I might have talked about this in one of my last streams, but AI music, for example, has gotten, unfortunately, like, really good at hiding in the cracks of, like, other existing music. Like, I hear especially in places like Spotify or whatever, or wherever, where it, like, generates a playlist for you based off stuff you listen to. It's very easy for AI artists, AI musicians, AI music to, like, slip through the cracks and show up in there. And it can be really hard. There's, like, this article that got posted a while ago that where only, like, 3% of people can actually tell if a music track is AI generated. Because it is unfortunately getting to a point where it's studied off of so much actual music from real musicians that the imitations are really starting to fool people. Which does suck a lot. Yeah, it's getting a lot harder for people to be able to tell. For example, this was a story that I told, I think, in one of my last streams, but when Hitomi was hanging out with her family during Christmas, they had a playlist of songs that were playing that were, like, Christmas, it was like a Christmas playlist, but some of the songs on there ended up being AI, and nobody could tell the difference because it was just a playlist of chill Christmas music or whatever. And then when Hitomi tried to call them out on it and be like, hey, this is AI, we probably shouldn't listen to it, the family was just like, well, it sounds good, so who cares? It sucks. It sucks so bad. At least Sora 2 is gone. Yeah, get fucked, Sora 2. May the bubble continue to pop. Manifesting. So sorry, Hitomi, they're already infected with the slop. Right, and it's because they can't hear the difference. They just think that it's still just like music. Passive listeners, unfortunately, are going to be like super impacted because of these like auto-generated playlists and everything. The AI artists will slip in and you'll just be like, oh, huh, cool. A new artist to listen to, and then it ends up being AI. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Seeing the holiday AI music at my grandparents also, it was weird. It gets so weird. Passive listeners, how do I become an aggressive listener? Even in art, it's starting to be so hard to tell. Yeah. I think it's starting to happen that way with generative, like, AI text, too. Even though it learned off of the back of fanfiction, I do think it's starting to get trained to be better at, like, hiding its worst qualities and such. Most people unaffected by AI just don't care. Yeah, it's the passivity. It gets really easy for these things to just kind of infect everyday life unless you're very, like, active and on paying attention to it. More active consumption. Did you all know that you can listen to non-AI generated music for free on the Yuno Hanaki channel? So true! You want to listen to a real person squeak like a squeaker box toy to already existing songs, and then there's like one original song that she has sung, you should check out the Yuno Hanaki channel. There's music there. Same thing's happening with ASMR too, though at least the tell with that is that they're not very long for now. Why would you even bother to generate ASMR? I feel like the artifacting in the audio would be too noticeable, no? Or maybe I'm too optimistic. That's crazy. That thought's so scary. Nowhere is safe, bro. Simple because there's money in it. So true. You make a good point. Bleh. The only thing with ASMR is they're instantly reacting to any chatters with no delay. True. I have heard about, like, AI VTuber projects as well, which is very frustrating. I'm just like, this market's already oversaturated as fuck. How dare you oversaturate it with AI slop tubers? Bleh. If you can pump out 1,000 ASMR videos for people to loop, that is tons of ad revenue money. True, I guess. And I guess you wouldn't have to worry about it flagging your breathing as being not safe for work, like how it is for real ASMR artists. Man. World freaking sucks. Stamps my foot. The good old days when AI only meant the enemies you fight in video games. Yeah, unfortunately now, because people have shortened it to just AI, they keep forgetting that generative AI is separate and is the thing they should actually be mad at versus, just regular AI stuff. And I've been guilty of this too. I've been trying to be very careful with the fact that I specifically mean generative AI. I think that, like, other forms of AI are acceptable and fine. It's just this increase in generative AI that I hate. YouTube gives AI ASMR channels the money, but over here at the Yuno Hanaki channel, bro, you're so right. Of course they monetize the freaking AI slop. Meanwhile, I'm over here busting my ass and YouTube's just like, what if we never give you money ever again, actually? Sick and twisted. Companies are at least trying to clamp down on it since it's abusing the rules for monetary gain. This is true. I have seen that YouTube is trying to be a lot more careful about AI slop. So I've heard. I've seen some ASMR VTubers open Rplay accounts to avoid YouTube bonking their channels. I mean, Rplay currently is probably one of the better options if you're worried about getting bonked for 18+ content. But no platform is perfect. So I hope everybody that chooses to run to Rplay braces for impact still. Cause, like, I feel so jaded by how certain things have, like, turned out, where, like, oh, go to this place, it's so much better, they don't have the same rules and restrictions over here, and I'm just like, not yet. Not yet. Eventually, when it starts getting a lot of users, it's gonna start making those changes, and then you're not gonna like it anymore. No platform is truly perfect. And it makes me worried. I do hate the idea of creating a new account on a platform where I don't know the longevity of it. And you don't necessarily know when it's going to decide to betray you, like the other places that you have run away from have betrayed you. I keep thinking that Rplay is going to do, well, I guess not specifically Rplay, but like things like it where it's like trying to advertise itself as a competitor or like the better alternative because it doesn't do XYZ like other platforms do. I'm just like, but for how long will that be? But for how long will you keep this up? I don't know about all that. This is what they call enshittification. That is what enshittification is, yes. Something that starts out being really good just progressively starts getting worse and worse because they've gotten enough people to convert to it that they know that they're not going to leave, so they just continue to make the thing worse. Trying to vet history content creators when looking into a subject has been so time-consuming. Oh my god, I know. I saw a video about Oidon the other day. Well, this is actually like quite a while ago. And I watched it and I was like, I think some of this information's wrong. And then I realized that it was being narrated by an AI voiceover, which is not as awful, I feel, to me, because some people just want the anonymity. But I was still just like, I don't know if I trust this anymore. Because I felt sus about the information, and then I realized it was an AI voice too, and I was like, maybe not. I might be wrong, but it feels like it's only ever the women who get bonked. Female breathing, obviously sexual. You cannot take in oxygen without being sexy woman. I don't know enough about male ASM artists to know how often it happens to them. Because I don't really listen to a lot of male ASMR. I just listen to, like, Seiyu drama CDs, which are a completely different market. So I don't really know if the male ASM artists are also getting bonked in a similar way. I'd have to do some research on that. Limbo drops an ASMR ending stream ASAP. I basically got Limbo ASMR during their last trip to Japan because Crow took video of Limbo sleeping, and so I got to hear sleeping Limbo noises and his little snores and what he sounds like when he first wakes up. And yes, I looped it a lot of times. Yes, I wasn't able to think about anything else for the rest of the day. And what about it? Speaking of Limbo, because now you guys are gonna get me on the Bustafellows track. They just had the panel at WeebCon this past weekend. Unfortunately, it looks like they didn't get a ton of interesting questions, at least not based off of the notes that someone posted, like someone who went to the panel posted. But I will say one of the things they brought up was that they found it interesting how in Japan, Limbo is seen as a very, like, cool, protective, like, perfect boyfriend. But then, in the West, he is perceived as a baby boy. And apparently the person doing the panels who was, like, speaking about this specifically used the term baby boy, like, out loud in English while saying their answer in Japanese. And I was kind of sitting there like, did I do that? Because, I mean, I have a whole video dedicated to talking about Limbo, and there's a clip in there where I am calling him baby.
Baby. Baby. Do you see him?
So I was thinking, did I do that? Because they know I exist. They've approached me twice to do stuff related to Bustafellows. Do you think I have changed the perception and now they think that everybody in the West thinks that Limbo's a baby? Honest inquire. I think I did this. I think that's me, my bad. Oops. Oopsies. Uh-oh. And your mama is also the artist for Bustafellows. That was something else that was kind of cool too. I found out one of the other, like, factoids that was, like, super interesting to me was that the character that they had the hardest time designing was Helvetica, because the writer really wanted Helvetica to have have sex appeal that was both masculine and feminine. And the artist, my mama, really wanted Helvetica to mostly be a sexy man. So they apparently had, like, a lot of different iterations of Helvetica because they couldn't figure out how to get him to look. I thought that was neat. I was like, the one crumb of information. And also, apparently, at the booth where they were selling the merch, they had the concept art for all the Bustafellows characters lined up. which I'm sad that I couldn't go see in person because I would have immediately, like, taken 8,000 photos and just stared at all of the concept art for Limbo for 89 years. Bustafellow's strongest soldier able to influence the script. He's baby. Everybody in Japan's just like, he's such a dependable and perfect boyfriend, and I'm over here like, he's Goo Goo Gaga baby. Have you seen him? Anyway, I take responsibility. It's because of the fact that I have a video where I call him baby. What game are you talking about? Bustafellow's, my favorite otome. It is also the game where the character designer is my art mama. And part of why I approached her was because I really liked the work she did on Bustafellow's. But the other reason was just because I really liked her art in general. I found her through Bustafellow's, and then I liked all of her art after that. And I was like, she makes VTubers. Interesting. Your mama did you so good? Yes. I agree. I think she did a really good job. And now you could put me next to all of the Bustafellow's characters and I look like I fit right in. Except for the fact that I'm Japanese kimono. But it's okay. Future outfits where I am less hardcore Japanese coded, I will be able to fit in even more. And that is a goal that everybody should aspire to. You should aspire to make it so that your character looks like they blend in your favorite IP. You know, demanding an art book? I would demand anything if I could. I don't think I have that power, though. Actually, I don't know if Bustafellow's ever had an art book. It might have. You know, for Bustafellow's DLC, would that not be crazy? Would that not be insane? I think that'd be insane. Speaking of, will this job, if you get it, make it way easier to get new outfits? It would certainly make it so I wouldn't have to ask for as much money when I crowdfund. That's true. The DLB downloadable Buno. Be dodging the boys so I can date Yuno for real. Honestly, if I was going to be DLC for Bustafellow's, I would probably have to be the hidden Yuri route. Let me date Toyota. Because I can't date Limbo. Limbo would only ever be interested in Toyota. Let me date Toyota then. If I can't have my man, I'll steal his girl. Makes sense to me. Sign us up. It'd be so cute. Get a chair for him. I'll make that man sit in a chair for sure. But yeah, I did like the math for how much I would be potentially earning if I got this job. And I do think as long as I'm still consistent enough with content where I'm like earning money dollars through my content that I'm making, I'm just not as dependent on it. I do think working on outfits more often would be possible. Especially because now I'd only be doing one outfit at a time instead of doing two like I did when I was working on 2.0. 2.0, since I was working on two outfits simultaneously, ended up being quite pricey. It would be less pricey with only having to work on the one. And then also, the yen is rather weak right now, so that would also cut down the price. I think. Ikie savings. Very true. Ikie savings. So I do think I wouldn't have to ask for as much during crowdfunding. Because I would also already be taken care of, like, bills-wise. So a lot of the earnings would be able to go right into new outfits. I would like it to be relatively... I don't know if frequent is the right word. The interesting thing is that, for all of my mama's other kids, they don't have other outfits. Well, that's a lie. Koga does. Koga does, but he's also a 3D VTuber. So I feel like that's different. All of my mama's live 2D kids never got second outfits.
But I do. I have a second outfit already. I just have to wait to get the chance to get it rigged.
So I am already a special case. Breaking new ground. Yeah! How does one help the Japanese yen? I guess you, spend money over there to help stimulate the economy? I don't know how helping currencies works. Planning on going with your same papa? No. I've already said this, but I'm probably going to get a different papa. Very guy-coded closets are for copies of our one outfit. Fair. I think also, JP VTubers, if they're non-corpo, I think they usually just try to focus on the one outfit as, like, the base for, like, the core of all their branding. That's just, like, an observation I've had, though. I can't really say if that's truly the case, however, because there's only a handful of options that I know of in terms of my siblings. Koga is 3D, so he doesn't count. Corporate brother graduated. Other indie brother only has the one outfit. He was technically he was like corpo affiliated, not actually corporate, I don't think. But he left the agency, so now he's like indie. Fourth brother is corporate. And so I don't know what the odds are of him getting a second outfit. And then there's me, who has my 2.0 base, and I already have my second outfit just sitting in my closet waiting for the chance to get rigged. Shipping is high-key murdering right now. Very fair. I have heard horror stories. I haven't really gotten anything from Japan in quite a long time, though. Last time I did was when I got my Bustafillo's earbuds. Bustafillo's AirPods. They're wireless. And that was still technically a gift from a Damadachi, so I didn't buy it. I didn't have to worry about the shipping. Meow, 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 meow. Why am I being pinged? Oh, okay. Hitomi says hi. She's on her 15-minute break, but she doesn't remember her login information for her account, so she can't say hi in chat. Yes, thank you. Thank you for saying hi. Yes, thank you. Nice. Is Spiral no longer working, or is it just a choice? It's just a choice. Spiral is still taking commissions and has been posting some pretty cool showcases for clients that he's worked with. He rigged one of the new girls from Phase Connect, and I think he recently just revealed that he rigged the new Canine Kuro model. So he's still working. I'm just gonna get a different papa. It's not like I'm unhappy with this rig either. It's just, if you are at all familiar with the struggles, TM, that I faced previously, I think it would just be better if I pursued a different papa. But there's no bad blood. But I think for the sake of my sanity, my wallet, I will be pursuing a different papa. Yeah, no, real. Real.
Also, Hanaki, welcome in. Welcome.
I'm keeping the bad blood all to myself. Thank you. I'm glad that somebody can exhibit the frustration. But yeah, no, personally, there's no bad blood. I just think that for my sanity, it will be better to find a different rigger. I have somebody in mind already. I just need to wait for their commissions to open, because right now they are closed. And I also don't know if they work off of bases. Because I do have the, like, or well, I'm going to have the rig for 2.0 available to just, like, edit and, like, put the new outfit and stuff into. But I don't know if they've ever done stuff like that before. But I can't send an inquiry because their inbox isn't open when they don't have commissions available, so I'm just like, gestures vaguely. Link them? I mean, I guess I don't really mind linking them. It doesn't necessarily need to be a surprise. I wanted everything to be a surprise when it came to 2.0, but, I think for, like, new outfit stuff, I don't care as much. Hold on. Let me see if I can get them. You're curious. I take it they are VGen-based? I don't think so. Not necessarily. Anyway, I've been looking at this person. This is a recommendation from another talent. I've been looking into this person's stuff. I like them personally. But again, I don't know if they necessarily work off of rigging bases, like the CMO 3. So I have to find out if they do that first, and then inquire. And then inquire. We'll find out. But I'm pretty set in my heart that I want to ask this person. My hope is that it will work out, but I don't know for sure. We'll see. I like their stuff, though. Every time they post a new rigging showcase, I'm just like, hell yeah, brother. They're so good, I hope you can get them. I hope so, too. I am manifesting. Why are you laughing at the PP? How dare. But I think that their style would blend in pretty well with, the base from my current Papa. And that's kind of the main thing I was trying to prioritize, you know? I was trying to find a style that would match that, because the body base is going to stay like this, and it's only going to be like the outfit and then the new hairstyles that are going to be different. So I wanted to find someone that would be a good way to, like, blend the two styles. Was my hope. Gotta emulate the wiggles. Gotta emulate the wiggles, and we gotta emulate the clothing physics if we can a little bit. Yellow Yuno is coming soonish. Again, I kind of have to wait for when they open up before I can, like, send an inquiry to find out if they can do what I want them to do. Because as far as I know, I think, like, most of the stuff on their price list, for example, too, only talks about doing, like, full rigging from the ground up. And I don't know if they do that for, someone who got rigging elsewhere and then just needs, like, certain parts rigged. Honestly, I've never done anything like this before. I'm probably gonna have to ask for help from, like, Kaya, maybe also get some advice from Miss Nami to figure out how to, like, ask this stuff, because I don't really know how to articulate it. I'm just like, help me. Yellow Yuno and Librarian Job Yuno lining up would be cinema. It could be cinema, yeah. Especially because every time I've talked about Yellow, you guys are aware that Yellow is basically a big girl version of PhD. Can it do make thing? That's literally me. I'm gonna be like, can it do make thing, please? Have do make move wiggle? Yes. I offer money payment. That's basically gonna be what the inquiry is, because I don't know how to talk about this stuff. But I'll probably get advice on how to word it from people who actually understand rigging. But yeah, I like their stuff. I think it would be a good choice. So there's your hint, I guess, of next papa. But, you know, Spiral will always be credited because Spiral did the base body. So Spiral will always get his flowers for the work that he did for 2.0. I am kind of excited for Yellow. I'm still very happy with Purple. I'm gonna use them both quite interchangeably, but you know, after you release the thing, I've talked about this with some other VTubers as well, but you always kind of have this thing that happens in your brain where, like, you get super excited to, like, finally debut the thing you've been working on for a while, and then you immediately are like, okay, time to start planning the next one. Like, you don't really give yourself a chance to breathe because you're already excited for the next thing. And I feel like this definitely happened with me because I was excited to see Purple move, and then I was like, now I can't wait for that to happen with Yellow. And I was like, wait, I didn't even really get a chance to fully enjoy being Orpal yet. But in my head, I was just like, and then I get to do this whole song and dance over again with the yellow creature. But I really am excited. I think it's gonna be fun. And if I get this library position, my hope is that it will go really, really well, and I will have money dollar to work on even more, you know, Hanaki outfits. Yes. 1 second before she got first. She's just finishing the first plate and is already planning out how the second is gonna look. After Yellow, we get Blue. Who decided this? Who decided this, huh? Technically, the next one that I have an idea for is White. I decided this. Oh yeah, and who made you the director of the Yuno Hanaki project, huh? Hands on my hips. Who made you the boss? Gasp, even better. I was expecting it to be Bink. The problem with Bink is I'm going to be so particular with how Pink looks that I think it's better to wait a little bit. I think we're gonna wait a little bit for that one. And I've been promising you guys Yuki Onna for so long that I feel like it makes more sense to have White be next. To deny her Pink. This is so sick and twisted. But no, I have plans for... Well, besides the fact that it's Yuki Onna themed, I have the idea for the color palette in my head already. And I'm getting some ideas for what I want for, like, additional toggles and, like, expressions. I have ideas for that already. I've just, you know, I'm waiting because... I'm waiting because we gotta get through Yellow first. Can we start a prediction for what? What you want your prediction to be? For pink to look different enough from purple, I'd think Sakura pink, which is typically very light. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be pastel pink. Blue or not blue? So wait, are you wanting to predict the color that's going to be after white? Is that what you want this prediction to be? Just so I know how to word it. Yuno loves her pastels. I sure do. I love them very much. Yeah, okay. Kirby pink. All right, poll for YouTube. And then we'll do poll for... Just to be fair. I mean, I was going to set it up for this side too, but... I appreciate the redemption anyway. We'll go for 5 minutes, I think is fine. Yippee. Okay. I asked, and of course I get the consequences. Wow, surprisingly on the YouTube side, a lot of people are saying not blue. Oh, it went up. Now it's blue. Now it's blue. Everyone wants the Yuno Hanaki Blue Woman arc. I kind of know what I would want to do for blue, maybe? My favorite color is green, and I still ask this. We'll eventually get a revisit to green. As I have said before, we'll eventually get a revisit to her. Of re-envisioning in my mama's image. But it does seem that blue is going to be winning, so maybe that will be what happens after white. We'll see. Blue just sounds like a summer vibes one. I was thinking something like aquatic. Something like more water oriented. I've talked about that a little bit before. I was thinking red since it's quite the contrast to the others, but we'll be happy either way. I have some vague ideas for red too. Swimsuit, please. Could be. I'm certainly open to the idea. I've always kind of wanted to have like a swimsuit or like a super summery themed model. Treating green like a distant ex. I don't know her anymore. Just means Yuno will be with us for a long time to come. I'm not planning to go anywhere. Not fully. I may be on hiatus right now, but I don't want to be, like, completely gone. I'm really trying not to be. I'm working hard, in the offline world. So that I can try and come back more strongly. Keep the buns, though. New default hairstyle is just buns. We'll see. I really want to give my mama the freedom to design more hairstyles because she really does cook with the hairstyles that she's chosen. I love them a lot. Orange swimsuit, you know, with tan lines and buns. It's not gonna be orange. We will see. Color doesn't matter, but eventual sundress is the dream. True, I do love sundresses. They're very cute. Anyway, we've said orange is gonna be Gyaru. So... Gyaru vibes for orange. Maybe red could be tanned? Maybe. School swimsuits are blue, maybe a sun hat with holes. School swimsuit.
Do I look like?
Once we have all the Yunos, we can see the Yuno Rangers Megazord. You're so right. I would need to have at least, like, what? 5? In order to have enough pieces for a Megazord? I feel red would be more like a gala or femme fatale one. Red ball dress. Oh my god. You guys are cooking! This is my nightmare! So many ideas. 3 minimum? True. 5, but make it 6? Actually 2? Oh, true. 5 for the Zord, 7 to make the reading rainbow. True. I will say, going back to, like, gala and, like, red ball gown designs, one of the first ideas I had in Kawaii when I was still corporate was, because, like, back then, they kind of expected there to be more of a difference between, like, outfits you get with your points and outfits you get for milestones. I had my idea for my points outfit to be something, like, really casual and, like, chill. But my plan for a milestone outfit, which would have been when I hit 50k, if that ever happened, was a masquerade ball aesthetic. Had been my thought process. I was gonna do masquerade ball. I wasn't dead set on red, but I wanted something very, like, ballroom, and I wanted to have, like, the really fancy, like, pretty mask on. Because I've always loved those kinds of aesthetics. I love a Regency era story. I'm a bit of a sucker for that kind of vibe. So I really liked the idea of, like, a Regency era ball gown dress, pretty mask. I really liked it. But that was also around the time that I had the conversation with my manager about how they were pretty sure that that the suits were not going to let me do anything that wasn't, like, super Japanese coded, so my dreams were crushed. My dreams were crushed, and I was so sad. Also, it looks like not blue won on the Twitch side, and blue did win on the YouTube side. Fascinating. Oh, we know. This is fucked up. You guys know me too well. Which one is the librarian model? Technically speaking, yellow. If only because Kaya designed the outfit for yellow, and she has always said that it looks like a librarian. It's like the librarian rebrand. So, yellow. Would you like ballroom Fuji Kiseki? Who? Fuji Kiseki. Ballroom? Who is this? Oh! That's pretty. She is very Orpal. I think I'd want something more ballroom-y. That dress is a little bit too short for my vision. I understand the vibe, though. I do think the vibe is pretty close to what I would want. Like, the design of the dress and, like, the accessories and stuff definitely fit. Regency era, okay, pop off, queen, keep cooking. I'm in the kitchen. Like those dresses with a big poofy skirt like Beauty and the Beast? Yes. Something more like that. I wanted something, like, hyper elegant. And again, this was something I was thinking about for, like, a 50k subscriber milestone. So I wanted it to be, like, really elegant, really different from normal Yuno Hanaki vibes. Something that would have needed, like, a lot of fucking detail and attention. It is going to make my mama hate me, because I imagine drawing that big of a fancy dress is gonna suck real bad, but it is something that I eventually want. And I mean, we kind of got that in my cover of Bibbidi-Ba, because the dress that Kome designed was really pretty and very like Cinderella ballroom aesthetique, because I also really like Cinderella aesthetics. Cinderella type ball gowns are really pretty too. So we kind of got a taste for it before, but I think I'd want something even more ornate, super detailed. Unfortunately, I'm crazy. Mama and daughter, why must you test my love? Sumeragi Mama is gonna be like, this sounds fun, but also I'm die. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. When the tomboy likes pretty dresses. Yes, listen. I am a tomboy in terms of what I actually wear in the real world. You would never catch me dead in a skirt or a dress or anything like that, really. I don't really like dressing super feminine. But the perk of being VTuber is I can make the anime woman dress up as girly as I want, and I could be like, haha, look, that me. Without it actually being me and making me feel like my skin is going to burn off, you know? That's the perk, that's the benefit. I make her do it. Also, have you seen how expensive dresses can get? Fuck all that. I'm not spending that money. Instead, I will spend equivalent amount of money to dress up my anime doll. Dress up the creature, you know? More worth it. My dress up Oni, that's me. Spoken like a true tomboy. Yeah, that's me. You gonna pretend to be tall? Stop! If anything, I was pretending to be short for like a year. Now I don't have to anymore. Now I can just talk about being average height. And also, if there are ever times, if ever things change and I can like meet other VTubers, I can talk about how I'm so much taller than them. Because VTubers run quite short. Have you guys noticed this? Why are VTubers so tiny? I mean, I'm like in the middle. I don't think I'm a very tall girl. But like, VTubers run so small. They're also tiny. I will be one who is noticeable from crowd. The lack of sun stumps growth. You make a good point. You're taller than the average VTuber. Yeah, so like if you ever saw me in like a gathering of other VTuber girls, it'd just be a bunch of these tiny people, and then you'd notice me because I'm the one that's like tall in the middle. Tall comparatively, mind you. Not actually tall. I don't really consider myself to be tall. I just think it's funny that everybody is so small. You know you can pull off feminine clothes? I mean, you can say that, but you'll never truly know. Tall asterisk. Tall parentheses comparatively. We don't have to just metaphorically look up to our Oshis, we should be able to literally have to look up at them. So true. There needs to be more tall women in VTubing. I love me a tall girl. Short girls are cute too, though. Which was why when I saw 1.0 and I realized that she would be really tiny, I was kind of happy. I was just like, oh cool, I'm being assigned small. I like short girls. And then Kaya had the opposite because she saw she saw how tall the ninja looked and was like, sweet, I get to finally be tall. You're such a cute model. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also think I'm very cute. Out of all the VTubers you know, who do you think would be the tallest? Just based off of vibes? That's also hard because I know a lot of VTubers. Sorry, I'm thinking. Sorry, I have to think. I don't actually have like a solid thought about it. Assigned small makes sense, but still sounds so funny. I was assigned small. Nami feels tall to me. I agree. I also think Nami feels tall. I feel like if we're only talking about like former kawaii girls, I think most of them feel short to me. I also agree that I feel like Tomoe's vibes are also a bit taller. I feel like it's only like Nami and Tomoe. I think everybody else feels like they're either close to my height or shorter. Lynn is taller than average. That's true. Lynn is tall. She's like a little bit taller than me. At least based on what she has said about her VTuber height. That's pretty factual. Like I said, they're tiny. Nami, Reina, Hio. Are you saying based on vibes? I can see Hio being close to my height. Maybe a little shorter. I don't necessarily see tall girl vibes from her, though. Wasn't Hio shorter than Kohaku? Could be. I just feel like Hio comes across more small than tall, but I feel like she could be in the middle. Good luck with your meeting. I hope it goes well. Gremlin energy is a massive height debuff, so you gals get short-coded. I guess that's true. Since VTubers need to be pretty gremlin, I do think that causes a lot of people to assume tiny. But as far as I know, a lot of other VTubers that I think about, if I try to think about their height based on vibes, I feel like most of them are either around my height or shorter. I don't really think of any particular VTuber as being taller than me, unless they've like openly stated that they're taller than me. Which did happen with Lynn. Because Lynn confirmed pretty quickly during my debut when I showed that I grew, that she was still the tallest in Mialoon. None give tall girl energy. It's true. I feel like it's a lot harder to give tall girl energy over the internet, though. It's like a confidence thing, kind of. Not that most VTubers aren't confident, but there's like a certain level of confidence that I think comes from being a tall girl that I just don't usually see in VTubers. I think the issue is also that many VTuber fans are men, so naturally they're going to think everyone is short. I mean, that's fair, but that's why I don't usually judge by the metrics you guys say. I don't judge by your metrics, because you guys are just taller than any VTuber, really.
I'm just a little guy.
Every VTuber. Yes. All of us have energy that is little guy. Pink Woman of Hololive, any pole-based weapon is going to give tall. True. That's true. If you have accessories that make you look taller, I think that could probably also have an impact on perception of height. Of how height must be. Yuno gives medium vibes. That I do. I would agree. I have moments where I'm like, oh, I'm just a little guy. And then I have moments where I puff my chest up and I'm super confident. I'm short for a guy, 5'8". Is that short for a guy? I don't actually know. Bro can ride roller coasters. Bro is tall enough to ride this ride. Average? I guess it depends where you live though, because like some countries the average height tends to be like taller or shorter, right? Depending on where you are. I don't know. Maybe Latte has a bit of tall girl vibes. I think Latte does have tall girl vibes sometimes. Sorry, I'm thinking about Latte's vibes and I'm trying to determine. I'm trying to like use my psychic energy. Yeah, I think she might lean tall. But I still feel like she's close to my height, but might lean just a little bit taller. In my onion. High schoolers have gotten taller, it's embarrassing. So true. You make such a good point. Interesting. Kids these days, oh no, we're old. Yeah, well. Why do they do that? Good question. I feel like growth spurts have gotten more drastic for sure. Sometimes I'm still weirded out by the fact that my, younger cousin is taller than me. Like one of my like younger cousins, she is in high school, but she ended up very tall and kind of lanky. But she also does sports, so that could have something to do with it. Her younger brother has not had his growth spurt yet, I don't think. But he's probably gonna end up way taller than me too, and I'm just gonna be like, just standing there. Recently graduated from high school coworker is 6'4". Oh my god, that's very tall. The audacity to grow. How dare you become taller? I rolled an even 6 foot. That's a good height. I don't know, I'm kind of biased. I like tall people and I like short people. I'm just like, haha vibes. You could tell me any height and I'd just be like, yeah, that's a good height. Though I will admit that if you are shorter than 5 foot, I might giggle a little bit. I wonder what vibe Hitomi feels like. Well, a lot of people say that Hitomi and I feel like the same person, so I feel like she gives the energy of medium, but she's tiny. Honestly, not that tiny. I kind of exaggerate it, but she's tiny. Shorter than me. I'm around 6'4", and my cousin's kid is even taller than me. Jesus Christ. That's quite tall. She's tiny and we are the same person means. No. It's just that, like, because Hitomi and I hang out so much, everybody just thinks that we are very similar and just kind of envisions that we are, like, twins, basically. Or not. We're just very mentally in sync. She is shorter than me. Kaya tiny. Kaya very tiny. I think... I might be wrong about this, but I think she might even be shorter than Hitomi. But not by much. I think they're pretty close in height, but I think Kaya is shorter than her. I think. Don't at her, she's busy. But yeah, I'm a little bit taller than Hitomi, and I think Hitomi is a little bit taller than Kaya. She needs to know this. I think they've already had a discussion about this at some point. I think they might have discussed this together already. I don't remember. Kaya is eatable? Did you not see her debut as Dragon? She changed her height. She's tiny. Ninja model is tall, but Dragon is tiny. During my high school graduation ceremony, I walked the aisle with a 4'8" girl and a 6' tall girl with me in the middle. We looked like the cell phone reception bars. It's always so funny. I love height differences like that in, like, trios. I like when they look like they're cell phone reception bars. Makes me laugh. Ninja tall, Dragon small. Indeed. Indeed, yes. But yeah. It was very funny to see everybody realize that Kaya is actually tiny. Because I knew the entire time. But we were sticking to our characters. The fact that we established that mine was tiny and that hers was tall. A reversal of our usual dynamic. So when everyone finally found out she was tiny, I could finally be like, haha, small. Why are you so tiny? There were suspicions? That's crazy. Unrelated, but did you know Francis, the tiny cat who stayed the size of a kitten his whole life and lived 13 years? I feel like I might have heard about this. It sounds familiar, but I don't, like, fully remember. That said, that sounds awesome. Tiny cats. Kaya in the group chat, you know, quick. I think they know. How do I tall? No, luckily, since she was always kind of the aggressor in our friendship, it was pretty easy for it to just seem like she was also bullying me for my height on top of the other stuff she bullies me for. It just became another, like, tool in the pocket, so to speak. I think it was pretty easy for her to keep the appearance up. That said, I think she kind of gave herself away when she realized that some of the girls in Ephemera were going to make themselves taller than the height she originally gave Kaya. So she changed her height so that she could stay the tallest in Kawaii. I think that kind of made it obvious. I think that was the mistake that was made there. The insecurity came out and she was like, actually, I'm still the tallest. Her model is gonna go crazy when she gets 3D. It's gonna be giant. Giant woman. Oh yeah, the I'm suddenly 180 centimeters days. When I saw that she was doing that, I was just like, that's how they're gonna find out. You like giant women? I do. I do like tall women. We've established this. I like tall women. I like tall men, too. And short men. And short women. I win no matter what. You like women, period. Correct. Latte matched her height, if I recall, at 170. Maybe? I honestly don't remember. I think both Tomoe and Latte had taller heights planned, though. Like, I think they were going to be a couple centimeters taller than whatever Kaya's height was. And that made her insecure, so she decided to make herself taller. I like women edited for length. That's fair. I like women and men. But you're short. Well, I am about average for a lady.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you for tip. Thank you, thank you. I guess Tomoe should give the tallest vibes being Dutch. I don't know about tallest, but I do think that she gives tall girl vibes. I feel like if I had to decide between Tomoe and Latte for who gave tallest, I think I would say Latte. In my opinion. I don't know for sure. I don't really have everybody's heights memorized. I don't do that here. My brain don't do that. Surely if we see your legs, we can determine your height. Now see, that's kind of where the bias comes in. I definitely seem taller in real life too, because I'm also all legs in real life. But like, if you look at how I am built, I'm like all leg. You see this shit? All leg. Which is good, because legs are good. That said, I am also built like this in the real world. I've always been all leg. Onimama used to bring it up all the time, too. That I was all legs. Also, yes, wife check. All legs, yet refuses to show them off. Listen. It's because if I stayed like this all the time, you wouldn't be able to see my cute face. You don't skip leg day? I don't. I actually like exercising my legs the most. That's why I think I have the most power. I have noodle arms, but I have pretty good legs. It must be said. And very strong thighs, of course. Okay, wife check. Oh, sorry, hold on. Every time I go to do wife check, I forget that I need to do this so you can see her better. There you go. Wife check for a little bit. That's why you wanted a bigger chair for cross legs? Yes, because I'm all leg, and anytime I put my legs down so that my feet touch the floor, I get, like, uncomfortable very quickly. Meanwhile, I can sit cross-legged for hours. Blessed wife, blessed toggles. Thank you. All hail wife. Seiza. I think I could probably sit proper Seiza if I tried to. Not in this chair, obviously, but I think if I tried to sit on the floor in Seiza, I could probably do it and hold it for a decent amount of time, but my feet would fall asleep. But I wouldn't have a problem with my legs. Also a fan of the fingies. I love having fingernails. I love actually having fingernails. It's so awesome. I honestly didn't know that my mama was planning to give me nail polish until I saw, like, the finished colored versions of the art. I was like, oh shit. Nail polish. Whoa. Whoa, a detailed hand. Real hands, a real girl. No, so true. You were looking at anything other than the nail polish, huh? Yes. I will admit this. It's because I was checking to make sure, like, the outfit concept was good and that, like, all of that was good. There were a lot of small details on the model that I just didn't notice for quite a bit. It be how I do sometimes. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha. Worth it, though, because I'm so pretty. Prettiest girl alert. The see-through part of the skirt, is it not peak? Peak AF. Did you know Kaya calls her thigh tattoo husband, so now we have wife and husband? I did not know that. Man, she gave herself a thigh tattoo on the same thigh as me, and she calls it husband? Interesting. Interesting. I appreciate that your mama made wife clear and detailed. Mama did such a good job making sure everything was very detailed. Kind of sounds like a poser. No, be nice. Be nice. Don't call her a poser. Mama is a professional. Always has been. I mean, there's a reason why I trusted her with being, my mama. Like, I saw how high quality the models that she made for other people were. The only thing that I was nervous about was if she would even be willing to draw a daughter. And then luckily that ended up not being a problem because she was just like, yes. Am I wrong, or is the skirt itself having a see-through bit? So if you're looking at like this skirt, right? We've got the black like petticoat up here because this is part of like this upper part, right? And then we have the purple part that is sheer. And then this part on the bottom is the shadow for the skirt. That in itself is not an actual part of the skirt. It's just the shadow. So like it moves when the skirt moves. Ah, right. I forgot I can't be too close actually because you can see my butt. You can see my butt fang. You're not supposed to be able to see that. Minaide. Don't look there. Don't look there. Not supposed to look there. We're okay with this. Rewinding. Ah! Explodes. But yeah, it's the shadow. Hold up. Yeah, my mama gave me butt fangs. When I was looking at it and I was talking about it with Hitomi was like, that probably is there for if you ever decide to do something that has like a swimsuit cut. So we can see the butt. So, yeah, just so you know, if I do decide to ever get a swimsuit outfit on this model, you'll see butt. There will be a little bit of butt fang. Thank you, you know, I'm glad you streamed again. You're welcome. You're welcome. Forward thinking, yeah. Mama gave you cake. I mean, have you seen my reference sheet? I think my cake ended up more pronounced than it ever did in 1.0. I do have very subtle cake. I don't think the butt fangs are very big, but I think that it's just
It's just enough. It's very cute.
From the front is valuable. Correct. I do agree with that much. The transparent part gives a glimpse at that area that is supposed to be risque in Japan, right? I can't remember the word. Oh, are you talking about the zettai ryoiki? Or like the absolute area, which is the space between the thighs? Yeah. I do think that's part of why it's there. One of the Japanese replies to when my mama quote retweeted my reference sheet and was like, I designed her, look at her. There was a Japanese person who replied to it, who I'm guessing is also just a fan of Sumeragi Sensei. But they were like, the sheer part of the skirt, ellipses. And then my mama was just like, top tier, isn't it? So clearly that was just something added because my mama likes it. And dare I say, based. I mean, I was also fine with it. So clearly this is also something that aligns with my interests too. But it's clearly just something that mama added because they like it. And you know what? Yeah. You know what? Fair enough. Your mama was dying to draw more women. That's why I'm hoping that, as I approach her to do more iterations of Yuno, we're able to have a lot of fun with the different design aspects. And make her look really pretty. Because I love my mama's artwork so much, and I'm very confident in how, they draw women. So, I hope that we can do more. Yours is a design made with love. I agree. Big agree. I'm sure she wants to show in her portfolio that she can draw beautiful women too. Yeah! I am included in her portfolio now, so whenever she showcases her work to other people, they're going to see me. They're gonna see me. I'm in there. Wow. Me. Although she might be waiting to do a full update once yellow is done, because she did purple and yellow at the same time. But I did give her permission to at least start using purple in her portfolio. Not yellow yet. Sunj. You're a photo in her wallet that she shows people. That would be very nice if so. Nice if so, big if true. True if big. Well, that term was a little shaky. Up, up. Okay. Alrighty. Heh. So cute. Soon rhymes with orange. Since when? Wait, no. Those hard eyes are so good. I specifically asked Spiral to make sure that they had the heartbeat added to them. I like the way that Mama drew them too. But yeah. I do like how she drew Teota. Like, she's got a nice balance between relatable girl and actually beautiful when it comes down to it. I like that their whole approach with Teota was wanting a, like, independent character that you could still kind of, like, relate to as a protagonist, but they still, like, really made her her own person, which is good. The heart complements with your eye color? True. The kind of pink accent to it? Yeah, true. Why is my tracking starting to lag? I don't understand why it does this.
What is your problem?
I think this is just a sign that the phone that I use for my tracking is truly dying. Because, like, I don't understand why it's messing up. It's not an internet thing, because I'm not disconnecting.
I don't know, man.
Vioni comes up to you with this face and asks you to buy something. Oh, hold on. If we're going to talk about me wanting to buy something.
Will you please get me the chicken nuggets? I want the Huntrix Happy Meal. I want the Huntrix Happy Meal K-pop Demon Hunters. Pretty please. I want it so bad.
Just kidding. I don't actually want it. I just was trying to think of an example. I was like, what chicken nugget? And I do think that the Huntrix meal does focus on chicken nuggets primarily. But I don't actually want it. It's crazy that K-pop Demon Hunters are just suddenly getting a bunch of stuff, because they're also doing a collaboration with Cookie Run Kingdom right now, which is crazy. New job will help save up for an iPhone upgrade too. This is so true, because I really do need a new phone. We can only afford the Sasha Boys meal, not the breakfast.
Not the breakfast.
How old is it? You mean my phone? Well, I bought it gently used. Well, okay, I didn't buy it. This was a gift. This phone was a gift from Hitomi around the time of my debut in Kawaii. So, fall 2023. But it was older even back then, because this is an iPhone 10 that I'm using. It's literally like the first iteration of the AR-kit camera that's like really good for tracking. Because initially I was going to use the app on my regular phone, but the phone that I primarily use is an iPhone 8. So it was already like phased out of using VTube Studio because it doesn't have the right capture stuff. So I needed a phone that allowed for better tracking. Otherwise I would have had to use a webcam for streaming, and that would have sucked. So Hitomi's gift to me was getting me a pre-used iPhone 10. And then so it was already quite old by the time I got it. So, you know, this is an old boy. And also, it's been dying because I pretty much always use it plugged in to the charger, since I tend to stream for a long time. And if I didn't have it plugged in, I'd probably only be able to stream for like 2 hours max. Because doing the face capture for several hours drains the battery like crazy. When I had the scare thinking that this phone died, it was because it was like really struggling to hold a charge. I checked the battery capacity and it's only capable of 51%. So it's cooked. It still works, but I have to definitely have it fully charged before I start streaming, and then I have to pray that the amount that I'm using it while it's charging doesn't still cause the battery to deplete.
We're in a very interesting spot with this phone.
Me, when I want to barely pass a test. 51 is better than 50. Right? New phone, new write-off. So true. Especially because I only use this particular phone for VTubing. The only apps I have on it are the app I use for tracking, and then, I I have a couple apps on here from when I was still working for Kawaii. So I think I have, I'm pretty sure I have, all right, hold on, forgive me. I'm gonna look like I died for a minute. Because I have to check the apps that I have on here, because I added them specifically because I needed stuff for work. So I have my VTuber Discord. I have Slack still, which is very funny. And I have Chrome. And then I think, do I not have, I have, okay, yeah. I have YouTube and I have Twitter in terms of the other social apps. I've like never used those on this phone though. I really only use it for tracking. But I put those apps on here in case I ever needed it. Because I took this phone with me when I traveled. Since I knew there was a chance I might meet up with a VTuber friend. The funny thing is, though, I forgot to actually take it with me when I met up with Reina. So we couldn't do one of those cute take a picture of the models on our phone pics. Because I just didn't have it with me. I brought it specifically for that purpose, and then I forgot to actually have it on my person when I met up with Reina. Amazing. Good job, Yuno Hanaki. You are certainly capable of accomplishing things. But yeah.
Weena. Yeah, Weena.
Sounds like a very you move. To be fair, we both ended up so caught up in just hanging out with each other and vibing that we totally forgot.
Weena. I miss her chat.
I mean, I can literally reach out to her at any time, so I guess I'm technically in a better position than y'all, but I still miss her.
I still miss her.
Anyhow. It's been a minute. Yeah, true. When was the last time she streamed? You're the end of December, right? So it's been almost another 4 months since then. Ugh. I mean, I know how it is, though. She's very busy. She's got a lot on her plate, poor thing. She's grinding, yeah. 100 million years. So like a blink of time for us demons. Makes sense. Something like that. Something like that.
But yeah, I hope she's doing okay. I should probably check in on her soon.
We died 500 times in between.
But it's poetic that you'll still be here by the time she comes back.
Even if you're in a different form. I miss her and her positive attitude. She's always such a big ray of sunshine for sure. We were waiting for you though. Yeah, and you only had to deal with not having me around for like 3 weeks. Imagine if I had waited even longer. I don't think I could have done it though. I have some obligations for stuff that I will probably be streaming in the coming days. I don't think I could have gone longer than a month. That's too long, that's fair.
That's why I wanted to check in. That's why I wanted to be here for a little.
I still can't really promise like a schedule, and especially if things end up going well with this potential job, I might have to stay away a little bit while I lock in and like go through training and prove myself. But I will be trying to check in kind of regularly. I mentioned this earlier, but I I've gotten some, like, codes for games that I'd like to try and stream. And I will sometimes appear for, like, chatting. Oh, I have something else I can show you really quick. Random highlight moment. Hold on. We have to switch screens. Look at this thing. Get a load of this. Custom Yuno Hanaki microphone. I commissioned this like 3 months ago. It's finally here. I have the patience of a saint, brother. Look at her. It's like you, only a microphone. Yeah, it's me if I got turned into a mic. That'll be nice for the next karaoke. Yeah! And if I ever do, like, karaoke shorts and stuff, I'll have, like, a fancy microphone I can use. Isn't there a light novel about that? If not, there probably should be. But yeah, we got the karaoke bling. We got the karaoke setup. That time I was reincarnated as a karaoke microphone. I had zero confidence in my singing, so I got reincarnated as a karaoke microphone in order to get better. Or something. But yeah, it's cute. I really like it. I think it turned out good. It's like this tall, by the way. Oh, stick reveal. But it's cute! I think that they did a really good job making it fit my color scheme and my vibe. I would do anything if Buns Yuno was on the other side. You're very valid for that. I also agree. I love Buns Yuno. Nice stick. Thanks. Thanks, man. But yeah, I was actually thinking about coming back with a karaoke when I got this. I think I got the mic yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. I thought about coming back with karaoke, but I didn't really have anything I wanted to sing. Got a set list? No. No, I don't. That's the problem. Also, I've been yapping for about 3 hours. I think I would probably, collapse if I tried to sing right now. But in terms of singing also, I am working on a cover. So you'll get a Yuno Hanaki cover, eventually TM. Which is another thing, if I get this job, I'll be able to produce more music. I really hope this works out for me, brother. Because I want to be able to post more stuff. I get so inspired. Okay, I'm going to go back to my regular chatting screen, because we don't need this right now. I get so inspired whenever I hear other people's karaoke or other people's covers. And I'm always like, man, I want to do stuff. And then I go to do stuff, and then I remember that doing stuff costs money. So I'm like, I really gotta... I gotta lock in. Gotta lock in. Which I will do. Can Mialoon get a job in this market? Legendary Difficulty Edition? I mean, I think Lynn is the only one who has... she has, like... rogue duties. Guild duties. I think she's the only one, though. I mean, technically, Kaya is also working, but it's a contract sort of deal. It's not what she wants, which is, like, full-time job security. I wasn't technically actively looking, but I saw that there was this library position open, and I applied just for shits and giggles. And then for some reason, they were like, yeah, we want to interview you. So now I'm like, oh shit. Okay, I guess I gotta lock in. But yeah, in an ideal world, I lock in, this works out, and then I have a full-time job that will allow me to invest back into making content. It will, of course, also mean that my stream schedule, if I go back to having one that's more consistent, it would probably be pretty much always evenings from now on, unless I ended up getting funky work shifts. It would probably always be, like, evening times. Unless I decide to do morning streams before I go to work, but I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that. So we'd probably get primarily evening, nighttime streams. Less afternoon stuff. Honestly, I didn't think I'd make it this far. Literally me. I didn't think I would get this far.
I didn't expect this to happen. Cute. Do better.
Thank you for the tip. That's a pretty pricey wife tax. Oh, I see. 66767. Ay. That meme is dead, isn't it? I can't wait for the Yuno Hanaki cover of Finding Fate. So true. That song's okay. I'm fine with that, assuming you don't work too late anyway. I mentioned this earlier. I think the library is only open until 8 p.m. So I would probably... What's the word? I guess I would probably be streaming at like 9. 9 p.m. because that would give me enough time to get home. Assuming I work until close. I don't know what shifts they would give me. It would be based on the availability I give them. Personally, I prefer working mornings. But the library opens at 10 a.m. So, mornings would be 10 a.m., which is fine. But I would prefer working like earlier shifts. So I think I'd prefer to work openings until like late afternoon. And then maybe I would still be able to keep the 8 p.m. stream time. In an ideal world. But I don't know. It all depends on what they're looking for. Like what the vacancy is. Did you get the job? No. Thank you for getting excited. But the interview's tomorrow. We're talking about in the possibility that I do get it. Big if. But in the world where there's a chance that I do get it, I would probably prefer a morning shift. Morning into like late afternoon, early evening. That's just generally my preference, but I'll take whatever they give at this point.
Cute. Do better.
Did you seriously tip just enough to get it to the number? I think you did. Let me check. Yup, 66969. Hey, let's go. Nice. What is it with us demons and being playfully bullied by the people making the 69 number? Crazy work out here. Mornings are great if you can actually get out of bed. Some mornings are easier than others. True. I think the perk of morning being 10 a.m. though means that it's a bit easier to like wake up for it. For me personally. Even if I have an abysmal sleep schedule, I usually wake up by like 7 or 8 a.m. So for me, it would never really be particularly difficult to get out of bed. The latest I would stay in bed till is until like 9. So I'd still be able to get out of bed and get ready for work. And then make it to work. I'll hold up the library till they hire you. Not a single book will be read till you work there. Well, maybe don't do that. But it would be nice if I could get this to work out for me. I am open. I am trying to be positive about it. It would be cool. It would be pretty epic. We will see. I will try to keep you guys updated on Twitter if I get it. and what that will mean for us depending on how they choose to schedule me. I'm also assuming, I don't actually know if this will be the case, but I'm also assuming that if I'm getting hired on a full-time basis, my schedule would be consistent. So my hope is whatever kind of schedule they give me would be consistent, so I wouldn't have to worry about it randomly changing week to week. But I don't know for sure. Have you applied anywhere else? Eggs, basket, etc., etc.? Yeah, but I haven't gotten replies from anywhere else. I've mostly been applying to remote jobs, because that's always been my preference. But I randomly got, like, one of those, here are jobs that you might be interested in emails. And it mentioned this one, and I was like, oh shit, a library position. I will apply. And then, for some reason, they decided to send an interview request, like, the next day. Whoa, crazy. Happy for me. This is the first time I've gotten to an interview stage with a position I've applied for in a very long time. I honestly can't remember the last interview I did. I want to say maybe spring or summer 2023. So it's been a minute. Kawaii? I mean, fair. Kawaii was technically, but it's also a different kind of job. I feel like doing an interview for, like, something related to VTubing or streaming is, like, a whole different vibe from something that's, like, serious business job corporate. Because also the questions were a lot more focused on, like, my hobbies and, like, my creative skill set versus what this is probably gonna be. When you go tomorrow, don't forget your librarian glasses so they know you're serious. It is a phone interview. But I will dress like a librarian so that I feel like I'm in the right mindset. I am very confident in my voice, so I feel like being able to just be voice only will be better for me for this first interview. I assume there's probably going to be multiple, because this one's just meant to be a short one. I imagine if I do well on this, they'll, like, ask me for an in-person interview, which has me nervous, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll figure it out as I go. We'll see how it goes. How do you explain this gap in your resume? I was focusing on my skill set. Yes. A phone interview? I thought they were interviewing you. Yeah. It's a phone interview. 15-minute phone interview. Pre-screening to check you're both on the same page. Yeah. Hopefully. Gap. Show them the thigh gap. This explains the gap well, I think. So true. Show them the Zettai Ryoiki, and then they're just like, you know what? Good point, ma'am. You're hired. But yeah, I'll do my best. I'm gonna work hard. Hired with a raise. I mean, hey, if I make more money, I can't exactly complain. Yuno's favorite hobby is getting bullied by chat. I mean, I've brought this up before, but one of the things I mentioned when it came to trying to sell myself to Kawaii when I got the interview was that I mentioned that I felt like I could be kind of like a chameleon in that I could kind of fit whatever role they felt that was needed among the talents. And that I kind of like blend in and I kind of just like take the role that I feel fits the situation. I'm really good at kind of like slotting in wherever there's a gap, for lack of a better term. And And I guess the gap that I ended up fulfilling was Tsukomi. I became the Tsukomi tuber. I can't imagine Yuno as the bully. I don't think I could be like full bully, but I do have to admit I have times where I can like snipe you with like a really mean remark. I'm like a sniper type bully. But that's always kind of how I've been. I'm a bit of a sharpshooter. If I see an opportunity, I take it. And then you were assigned bully by Kaya. I mean, yes. The minute we realized that we were in the same group, it was kind of over. She's snarky, that's the word? Yeah. Very snarky. Very deadpan. But that's if I'm choosing to just, like, hang out and vibe as myself. When I was talking to the person that was interviewing me for Kawaii, I was trying to get them to understand that I'm, like, that I'm just, like, really good at, like, fitting into any sort of group setting. Which I felt like was important in working in a VTuber company, because you need to be able to get along with the other talents. At least enough to be professional with them. So that was my angle. I was like, I can fit into whatever role the group needs. Whatever my unit mates need. I will be a different niche. Something, something. I do enjoy the dry humor. Thanks, man. Deadpan but charming versus someone like me who is just deadpan. No, stop. You have moments of charm, too. But yeah, I do have very deadpan and dry humor, I think. At least compared to some others. I tried to be more say-so in the early days of Kawaii, but then they kind of were like, nah, branch yourself out a bit. And we were like, okay, lol. So we didn't stick to the say-so as much.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you, thank you. I can't remember what else I said about myself. I think I mentioned liking writing. I know I mentioned liking voice acting, maybe. I don't remember what else I said when it came to advertising myself. You say that, but then they're like, you can't say you're an Oiron. Well, that one kind of makes sense. I think that one kind of makes sense for the vibes, because also, you guys have to remember too, while they were a company based in Japan, they were trying to target a Western audience. Which does also make it kind of funny that they had a whole Japanese aesthetic gen. But they were, like, really wanting us to be, like, to spread kawaii to, like, Western viewers. I think part of the problem is that I couldn't really say I was an oiran because it's a Japanese word. And then if people looked up what it meant, they would probably be like, oh, well, she's basically calling herself a beep. Even though that wasn't what I was doing. So I had to change it a little bit. Had to localize it, so to speak. I'm baller with a pen and paper. I was just like, I have big voice range. I have a writing degree, so I can write well. I didn't really know my strengths as a streamer then, so I don't think I said anything about what I felt like I was good at streaming. I think I said something about, being a very, like, calm stream type of energy. versus like high intensity. Like it was kind of like a warning. I was like, just so you guys know, I'm not really the type who can like go super hyper for multiple hours at a time. I'm very chill. If you want me to be able to stream a long time, I have to be able to keep my energy fairly mellow. I might have called it cozy. I don't remember if I did. But I remember saying that I was very, like, calm and more, like, low-key than a lot of other streamers at the time. Because I felt like most people that were getting hired were the people that were, like, very unorthodox, very, like, high-intensity, high-energy, crazy, wacky, out-of-the-box ideas. And not that I don't have out-of-the-box ideas, but I felt like, at least in terms of energy, I was like, I don't think I can be that. I can certainly try to have more energy, but I can't necessarily promise that I will be able to be like the full package of like that energy the entire stream. I just didn't think that that was something I was capable of, but I also felt like that was a needed market, kind of, in a way. I don't know about market, but like I feel like it was a needed angle because, you know, there's a place for the high energy streamers, and I also think that there's a place for the quieter streamers. And that was kind of what I was trying to tell them. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a market for what I do, I promise. People will like this probably, I swear. Lean into it, stream a scary game without flinching. Genki X. Chill, checkmark, but does not apply if Limbo Fitzgerald exists nearby. That's very true. Luckily, Kawaii had high tension streamer covered. That's true. And then they, and then I think Ephemera ended up covering a lot of really needed boxes as well at the time. Could have been Onesan, but knew it would have fried our brains. Yeah, I mean, I also think that Lua had Onesan vibes kind of on lock already. Get her talking about Bustafellows and you'll see the energy skyrocket. Pachoo! Bustafellows, any otome really. Any otome really? And then you get me excited about, like, writing and storytelling. Could maybe do Emoto, or maybe that's just my perspective. No, Emoto was already taken by Charlotte Suzu. Charlotte Suzu is the premier Emoto. Oh no, too Onesans, lobster too juicy, steak too buttery. I love that meme. It's so good. I mean, true. I think I would have been a different kind of Onesan from Lua. Lua is like the office lady Onesan who you like hang out with after work and drink beer. I'm like the... I don't know. I just spoke really quiet, so... I would have just been like the really like calm big sister, I guess. Childhood friend is her market. I do agree with that. And I remember too, pretty early on when I was working with my manager, they referred to me as like the cousin that's close to your age at the family function. They said that that's my energy, that I'm like the close childhood friend, or like the cousin that's the same age as you, so you get along really well. That's the vibe that I have. Oddly specific. I mean, my manager was like that. It was the best way they could think of to like compare me to something, and I was like, I see what you're saying. That said, I feel like childhood friend got that point across a bit more. Next door neighbor type of vibe, next door girl. Which is why the first the first, like, roleplay video that I released was Childhood Friend. Because that was the vibe that everybody seemed to agree that I had the most on lock. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that Yuno Hanaki on my screen? It sure is. Hi. Hello. Era One-sama. Maybe in another life. Maybe if they had gone through with letting Yuno Hanaki be tall and have big boobie and have boob window. But then they decided to moeify her. And now I am somewhere in the middle, I think, with this new design. I think I'm somewhere in between the, like, more cute, small, moeified Yuno and the One-san Yuno. So you wanted us to die? Maybe a little bit. Lua is the coworker that gets off one stop before you. You are a girl next door who you watch rom-coms with because you want an excuse to eat snacks and fire up the air fryer. I like that. I understand, but damn. They nerfed me. They nerfed my potential. And, like, I do this all the time, but, like...
When I auditioned, I talked more in this tone. I tried to be kind of soft and cute. This is also how I envision people who are more say-so than me to usually talk. You can tell it's in a different place in my voice box compared to where I normally speak. My plan was to talk like this when I first saw the design for Yuno. And then they changed it.
And she became more gremlin. But no, when I was talking during the interview, I was in, like, that soft tone of voice.
I was just like, oh yeah, of course. I consider myself to be a very, calm, relaxing streamer. I think I have more of a soothing presence.
Like, I talked like that the whole time. I was really trying to be like, I'm cute. I'm pretty. Please hire me. Little did they know.
Little did they know.
Yuno with hope into Yuno after 20 minutes with us.
Very cute model. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This tone sounds like 2 years ago I was just a normal girl. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Him. As my alarm goes off.
2 years ago, I was just a normal girl. But on my 20th birthday...
It's giving anime narration for sure. Do you think you could do another 24-hour stream with that voice? Probably. I do have to admit that that voice is probably a bit easier to maintain than... the way I normally talk sometimes. It sits in a different spot. I just noticed I got the merch. It's all lovely. Right! Some people, in case you guys didn't know, some people who ordered the merch are getting their merch shipments this week. Maybe sometimes next week. It depends. I got mine yesterday. I like it. It's cute. Than debut voice. True. Debut voice was much more high-pitched soft versus just regular soft.
I hope mine comes soon. I hope so too.
I'm a Damadachi who turns Moe Yuno into Gremlin Yuno. I love that for you.
But yeah, I'm glad you like the merch. And if you guys are comfortable with it, you should take pictures of the bundle stuff and you should post it. You should show off your Yuno merch so that I can look at it. Hashtag Yuno Hanaki. I want to look at it.
I forgot what the whole package contained. Well, let me remind you. There is an acrylic stand. There is an acrylic keychain. There is a can badge. There is a Yuno Hanaki double-sided bookmark. And there's also, if you got the full bundle, there's a bonus little sticker of my logo that you can put on, like, your water bottle or something. The sticker ended up a lot smaller than I thought, so it's probably better to put it on, like, a water bottle or, like, something else kind of small. I think if you put it on, like, the back of your laptop or whatever, it's just way too tiny to really be seen. Acrylic, my favorite flavor. Listen, man, acrylic merch is just kind of one of the easiest things to produce. It be how it do. My first acrylic stand. That so makes me so happy. I can't believe it. I have my acrylic stand sitting in front of my stream deck right now. I'm looking at her. She's so cute. My 1.0 Yuno is on my bookshelf. I haven't put them next to each other to kind of see how they look yet, but I really like how 2.0 looks. It's so cute. I'm also excited to attach the keychain to my bag or my, like, primary keychain. So cute. Now to wait for the Yuno Daki. That's another thing. If I get this dang job, I can ask my mama about making Dakimakura art, and then I can figure out where to go to produce Dakimakura. Smeel. Anyway, we really need to manifest this job for me, fellas. Fellas? We need this. Been checking my order to see when it's gonna be mailed out. So from what I was told, only some of them are getting fulfilled right now. I don't think they're all getting fulfilled yet. Yeah. They told me only a handful were going to get fulfilled right away. The rest are going to start getting fulfilled later. Your mama's hand will be a blur if you ask her to make Dakimakura art. Oh, I mean, hopefully. I would hope she's excited for it. I saw mine was shipped but delayed for some reason. Oh no. Well, hopefully it's not too long of a delay. I think mine got pushed back because of this past weekend being Easter, being Eggmas. I think Eggmas caused some shipping delays for some people. But hopefully it comes sooner rather than later. Also, thank you for purchasing the merch. Hehe. But yeah, don't fret if you haven't gotten any updates about whether or not yours is shipping yet, because only a few were getting fulfilled. Because they got a tiny shipment. The rest will come later. Thank you for performing the employment dance. I need this. But we'll see how it goes. I'm going to try to be as personable and kind and chill as I can be during the phone interview, and then if there's another step for another interview, I will be big and brave. I'll do my best. It's like early Christmas waiting. I only hope it doesn't arrive when I'm out of town. I hope that it comes during a good time too. I manifest. Fellows need to hope for their fellow Oshi to afford the bust of fellows mama to draw the fellow Oshi for her fellows. Yes. Yes. Correct. The phone interview is often to just make sure you're not insane. Yes. Well, I'll do my best. Me, who has been on a mental health hiatus, I'm normal. I'm not insane, I promise. Just don't bring up otome games. Thank you. I promise I'm not crazy. That's the only thing that makes me crazy. Normal for just 15 minutes, you can do it. I can do it! The true struggle is going to be maintaining normalcy for an entire work shift. That might be where the truest struggle lies, but we'll see how it goes. Offering resumes to the job spirits for Yuno's success. Thank you, man. Thank you. The interviewer just asks if you know who Yuno Hanaki is. I think I'd full up. I'd be like, how do you know that name? Who is that? Side 1, mild spice Yuno. Side 2, designed to be in a chair. That's fricked up. Also, mild spice? How dare you? You think there's only gonna be mild spice on this docky? Nah. If I'm producing a docky, I'm gonna go full out. At least for the one side. The other side will be more say so. I think as long as you're not eating the books, you'll be fine. True. I don't eat books, I read them. You ever have a worry that during something like this, they'll ask for your name and you'll say Yuno? No. I don't usually have that problem. I mean... yeah, no. I was about to say maybe, because, like, most of the time when I interact with people nowadays, it's with people who call me Yuno. But I don't think that'll happen. I specifically really only get into the Yuno Hanaki mindset if somebody refers to me as Yuno while I'm chatting with them, or if I am streaming. So as long as I'm not streaming, I don't think I'll have to worry about it. I'm not too concerned. Although it would be pretty funny if I picked up the phone and my first instinct was to just be like, oh, Hanaki, but I don't think that would happen. Sorry to break the meta wall, I was just curious if that was an issue for VTubers. I have heard tell of some people, specifically if they do like a Zoom call, sometimes their VTuber intro slips out. Sometimes. But it's honestly not as common as you would think. At the very least, it's never been an issue for me. I'd want the ground to swallow me up then. I think if you're in your usual environment where you're like streaming or like doing your VTuber thing, you're more likely to slip into VTuber mode. So for me, as long as I don't have any of my streaming programs open, I don't think anything would happen. But that's just my onion. That's just my opinion. I don't know if it would really cause me any problems though. She keeps Yuno locked up in a separate part of the brain. She's quarantined. It's true. I have to access the specific corner where Yuno Hanaki is. And then it is Yuno Hanaki time. Your camera is weirdly good. Why do you wiggle your head so much when you talk? You're also like weirdly emotive just in your face? What is that about? That's a problem for other people. I'm not very expressive facially, so I tend to just be pretty deadpan. Did you know who? Yuno is on sabbatical, Green Goblin style. I do accidentally call my wife Aura sometimes off stream, luckily never the other way around. Well, I guess in that case, it's kind of more just like a nickname sort of deal. I do think it would be pretty funny if you said it in a more professional setting, but I don't think that's too big of an issue. But yeah, no, I'm not personally worried about it. I've never really had an issue. I've never had an issue with that, personally. So I think it will be a pretty simple process. Why do you keep looking to the left when someone speaks to you? I'm looking to my right, actually. Although I guess to you guys, it does seem to be that I am looking to my left. I'm looking at my right, however. The really good mic tends to raise suspicion that the person is a streamer. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely gotten that before. I've gotten situations where people have been like, huh, your mic's like really good. Why? And I'm just like, wouldn't you like to know? Bell dings on their side, thanks for the sub. No. There's a reason that my sounds also have my voice in them. Because if it was just the noise, then I would be more likely to just reflexively respond like, oh, thanks for the sub, or whatever. But these have my voice attached to them so that it's easier for me to, like, tell the difference. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Neighbors just slammed really loud against my wall. I think the kid's crying. That problem hasn't stopped, by the way. Are we surprised? We shouldn't be. Woof. That was a nasty slam. I think the kid probably hurt their head. R.I.P. to that child. I was about to say, isn't it early for the kid to be freaking out? But I did realize it is almost 6 p.m. So I guess it's not that early. Does he just headbutt your wall? So, I don't really know the full arrangement of how the neighbors have set up their side of the box. But I am 90% certain that their kids... Because I think they have two. I think that their kids share the bedroom that is adjacent to my room. So we share a wall. Because a lot of time when I hear, like, the loudest slamming, it's, like, against that wall. Which is also the wall that my headboard is up against, so... Fun times for me. But a lot of times I will hear them, like, slamming around, and I will also hear the kids, like, screaming and crying fairly often. I don't know what for. I don't know what's going on over there, but it happens a lot. And I also will hear slamming throughout, like, the rest of the house, too. Like, I hear... They are very loud when they go up and down their stairs. And I hear them slamming in the room that is adjacent to my other bedroom. I live in a 2-bedroom, obviously. I hear them slamming on that side as well, but I think that one's more like where the adults are hanging out and doing something. Such is the nature of kids. I don't blame the children. Like, it can often be, like, loud and scary. Sometimes, like, if I don't expect it, like what happened just then. But I don't blame the children for it. I blame the fact that the parents do not do a very good job of stopping these kids from screaming and crying every day. Screaming and crying and hitting walls. Like, hello? Like, you have a neighbor. Teach them to be a little courteous. Are you able to move the bed to the opposite wall? No. Because my bed is on the opposite side of my room, and I have my desk up on the opposite wall. So I would have to be able to move the entirety of my desk and my PC setup over to the side where the bed currently is, and then also be able to move the bed. Which is a lot of movement. And I am one person. I would probably have to hire help from people who are stronger than me. Such is the nature of kids and sleep-deprived parents. Yeah, no, I don't, like I said, I don't blame the kids. I just think that it would be nice if the parents could help the kids mellow out a bit better or find better coping mechanisms besides slamming shit against the wall. Especially because I record content and stream. So I'm just like, please don't slam. I'm baby. But I also don't necessarily know if it's the kids. I think it's the kids, but I don't know. Because if it's the adults, then like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop. If it's the kids, I'm just like, hey, I don't blame you for what you're doing, but can you not? And then that would mean you're streaming on the kids' side, so not a great solution. Very true, because if my microphone is being pointed towards the wall that we share, they would probably be more likely to hear me talk. Since I sit on the opposite side, I don't think they can hear me as easily, even if I get a little bit loud. They gotta get that room padded. You gotta do something. Because they can get quite loud. But again, I don't blame the kids. It's not a big deal to me. The kids being loud, I can tolerate. It's just that it scares me sometimes. As long as they are okay and not being hurt. Too much for tiny Yuno? Yeah, unfortunately, that is the one time where I will agree that I am tiny. Moving a lot of furniture is really hard. You guys, this is embarrassing, but like my old computer chair, or like my gamer chair, was really, really heavy. It was very hard for me to drag it out of my room so I could put the new one in here. It was so heavy. I literally was like exerting myself way too hard trying to drag it out of my room. And it was also like breaking more the more I tried to pull it out. Like it was just like falling apart. Getting stuck on, like, the corner wall, stuck on the door, stuck in the doorway. It just was causing me so many problems, and I was just like, why? Why are you like this? And I couldn't wheel it, because one of the things that broke was the wheels. Or, like, the mechanism that the wheels were attached to, it, like, broke off, so I couldn't pull the chair out just, like, by its wheels. It was resisting death, but it was dying more in its attempts to resist. It was very difficult to get it out of my room. I was like so sweaty. I had to go like flop onto my bed and die for a few minutes. But then it was okay, because this new chair is a lot smaller and lighter, so I'm honestly not worried. Even if this chair, well, I mean, knock on wood, because I've only had it for a week. Even if this chair decided it wanted to break, I think that it would just be a lot more manageable to move it around, because it's a lot smaller and lighter. With good wheels, too. Yeah, I was able to wheel it in here, no problem. And it was very light, so that was good. Compared to my gamer chair, that was just way too big. Why is every noblewoman coded VTuber I know an actual princess down to the 5-pound max lift? Well, I always said this back when I had my big, fat Geta too, but like, the reason I had the big fat Geta was because I was supposed to be in a situation where I never have to get up and do things myself. The implication was supposed to be that other people would always do stuff for me, and so I don't have to worry about things like walking. So, like, at least in my case, it's just because as an Oiran, I don't have to do that much manual labor. Suddenly had an image of Yuno chair surfing on her new chair. Well, standing on this chair is not allowed, so I wouldn't be able to fully chair surf on it, but it is light enough and mobile enough that I would probably be able to chair surf. Speaking of chair surfing, though, that just gave me a very vivid memory of being a child with Onimama when she still worked in an office. There was this time she worked for a company that was kind of like on its way to close down, and she was helping them out with like the closing down procedures. And there was a day where it was just her working in the office, and she had me set up in one of the empty offices with like snacks and like cartoons, and I was just like chilling. But there was a time where I got really bored and understimulated while I was waiting for her to finish her work, that I like came into the room and I was like, I'm bored. And she was like, well, you want to know something you could do? And she took me to another room where they had like the spare office chairs, and she was like, take this, wheel down the hallway, do laps. She literally was just like, get yourself tuckered out. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. And she was like, okay, hold on. And she had me sit in the chair, and then she went behind it and she pushed me down the hallway. So that was how I learned how to chair surf, because my own mother was like, here you go. Have fun, small child. And I was just like, woo! This is awesome! I think I was like 5, I want to say. 5 or 6. And then whenever she too got bored with her work, she would just come out and be like, do you want to push? And I'd be like, yeah, push me, push me, push me. And then she'd push me again, and I'd be like, wee! That's like the one memory I have of chair surfing. Someone draw that. The child yearns for the chair mines. What the fuck do you mean chair mines? That's silly. But yeah, I chair surfed for a little bit. I did laps. Onimama would come out and push me sometimes. And then when I did get tired out, I just wheeled the chair back into the office that I had been in before, and I was like, okay, I'm chill now. And then I had snack. I am now chill. Can you push us? I mean, I guess you guys could technically sit in a chair, yeah. Since you are Damadachi, you could also possess the chair. So then I could literally push you. You being the chair. If that's something you're into, I guess. If that's something you're into and are interested in. By all accounts, I could. You have given me forbidden knowledge. I push the chair, which is you. We possess the chair and have Yuno sit on us, Ayo? Crazy statement. I'm gonna possess tables and move them 1 centimeter to stub toes. Yeah, you absolutely can. Yuno can push us along the hardwood floor like we're sliding with only socks on. That is also very fun to do. It is also very fun, very silly. She said we have permission to destroy toes. I guess? As long as you don't destroy mine. Destroy other people's. Just don't aim for me. I don't want to have stubbed toes. And I am wearing open toe shoes, so it would actually be pretty bad if I stubbed toe. The foot bro menace must be dealt with. I didn't realize you had a vendetta against them. That's crazy. I gotta check something. If I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at my phone real quick. I have to check, schedule stuff. Ah, yeah, okay. Soon. Having grown up in a sandal state, stubbed bare toe is no joke. Correct. See, I have learned my lesson about staying barefoot in particular circumstances. I now pretty much always, like, put on slippers or, like, put on, like, full socks before I do stuff near my door. I think I've told this story before. I think this happened not long before debut, I want to say. So maybe August or September 2023. I was opening the front door in order to help Onimama back into the house, and I pulled the door. So, like, we have two doors. We have, like, the regular, like, big wooden door, and then we have the, like, secondary door that's, like, metal, I guess. Well, not, like, metal. I don't know what the fuck the material is. Two doors, basically. And I was opening the wooden door. I pulled the wooden door over my foot by accident because I didn't move it out of the way. And so it hurt my big toe, and I just thought that I stubbed it. So I was like, ouch, that kind of hurts. But then I just kind of ignored it. I was barefoot. So, like, I ignored it, and I focused on getting Onimama inside, and I was just, like, doing, going about my business, helping her get inside the house. And then while I was watching her go up the stairs to make sure she was gonna be okay, I looked down and I saw red, like, near my foot. And I was like, huh? And I realized that that was me, and I was bleeding. And I was like, I thought I just stubbed my toe. What happened? And then I looked and I saw, yeah, this is the lost toenail story. TMI, I guess, but, my big toenail was, like, 75% off my toe, and it was, and bleeding, and I, like, dissociated for a second just looking at it, because I was like, what am I supposed to do here? And so I shouted up to Onimama, who was at the foot of the steps at this point, or not the foot, she was at, like, the top of the steps. And she was, like, getting ready to, like, transfer into her wheelchair. And I was just like, I think I need to go to hospital. Because I didn't know what else to do. I was like, is this bad? Am I gonna die? So she had to call, she called the ambulance, so that they could come get me and take me to hospital. And then she also called my aunt so that my aunt could come meet me at the hospital in case I needed help. They were pretty chill with me. They were like, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be, like, super, like, threatening, but we can still take you to the hospital if you feel like you need it. And I was just like, I do think I will probably need assistance figuring out what I'm supposed to do with this, so that would be nice. But yeah, I've told this story before. I showed up there, they looked at what happened to toe. There was, like, no actual damage. I didn't, like, break my toe or anything. It was truly just the nail that had been kind of, like, pulled up. So they were like, we can pull it off for you. And I was like, I mean, probably that should be what is done. Because it was already most of the way off anyways. So they were just like, might as well just yank it. It'll grow back. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, if it's safe to do that. That's also how I found out I have surprisingly high pain tolerance, because it was a very brief, like, sting. And then I was just like, that's not that bad. Although I was holding my keys, because I have a bunch of Pusheen plushie keychains on my keys. and I use them to kind of like squeeze when I'm like nervous or anxious. So I was like squeezing those when it was removed, but I really didn't feel anything. It was just kind of like, oh, ow. And then I was good. I didn't cry. I also kind of had a feeling that would be the case anyway, though, because while it was like stinging when I first like quote unquote stubbed it, I didn't really cry from any of the residual. They just ripped it. Yeah, they just ripped it. I mean, I think they gave me some sort of pain pill, but it hadn't activated by the time they actually came to pull the nail. Because I still felt the like dull pain from the injury, but it was pretty low. They had told me it was already like most of the way off, like 75-80% of the way off. So they were like, we either just like leave it or we just yank it off. So they just yanked it. It didn't take too much because it wasn't really like still stuck. I know, gross. I'm sorry to be explaining this. But yeah, they ripped it off. And it was just a brief moment of ouch. Kind of like when you're ripping off a band-aid is kind of what it felt like to me. Although I did have to look away. I did not want to like watch it happen. And I also did not look at where it used to be. I looked away. I was like, I don't want to look at it. I feel like that will make me feel worse than the actual pain does. So I was like looking away. I was like squeezing the Pusheen keychain plush that I had. I was just like, do what you gotta do, doctor. But yeah, they bandaged me up. They used like a special like sticky adhesive to make sure everything would stay in place, and they wrapped me up and they gave me instructions about like rewrapping it with new gauze and such. But everything was good. Did it grow back normal afterwards, or did it grow out and drop off a few times? It grew back normal. I've never had a situation where it dropped off. Interesting turn of phrase. But it stayed wrapped for quite a while, so I think that's part of it. Like, that part of the nail bed was, like, just wrapped up and, like, bandaged for quite some time while waiting for it to grow back. I had to wait until, like, the initial base of the nail grew back before I could fully stop wearing the gauze and the bandage. Because otherwise that area could have gotten infected. But once, like, the base of the nail grew back, I didn't really have any problems. It was quite chill. And I guess, like, it's a slightly different, like, position, I guess, or, like, shape from my other toenails, but it's honestly not that noticeable. It grew back pretty normal. It's never had, like, a weird shape or anything. I mean, I don't really have anybody in my life that actively stares at my feet to tell a difference, so... I just look at my own feet and I'm like, it's fine. It's a foot. But I've never felt like the toenail was a weird shape or anything. Same energy as Olaf. Huh, I've been impaled. That was literally me. I was just like, huh, I'm bleeding. Interesting. You heard her open position foot enjoyers coming from the same guy that wants the foot bro menaces to be dealt with. Interesting. Yeah, versus pics where it didn't happen. I'm not showing you a picture of my foot. No. Well, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. It was fine. It didn't really bother me too bad. But I am now very careful when it comes to opening the front door. I immediately put my slippers on, or I'll put on socks. I basically never open the door without socks on anymore. Socks, at least. Although usually it just ends up being my slippers, because I keep my slippers close to the front door for that specific purpose. I'm very careful. Anyhow. Oh my god, it's already been 4 hours? Wow. I mean, I haven't yapped for a while, so I guess this is just my body being like, wow, it's yap time! Yapping! It's been 85 years. I always need to have something on my feet when I'm home. I do love fuzzy socks and comfy socks. It's a struggle to wear socks during the summer, though, so as it starts getting warmer, I'll probably be going back to the barefoot era, but I will still be putting on my slippers whenever I have to go open my front door. Or my socks, I guess. Whatever comes first. Good old Oni 2s. Well, close enough. I always at least walk on my tiptoes when wearing socks so I can't stub them. So you do it on purpose? Interesting. I apparently used to walk around on my tiptoes a lot when I was a kid. But that's because I used to go to a babysitter who would get mad at me whenever I quote-unquote stomped my feet, even though I was just walking normally. So I basically got, like, scolded into walking on my tiptoes more often at her place. And then I would just walk on my tiptoes everywhere else because I thought that I was stomping my feet, even though I wasn't. It is a habit that I've gotten out of. But I apparently used to be pretty much always on my tippy toes as a kid. Because I didn't want to get yelled at for stomping, even though I wasn't stomping. I have a lot of horror stories from that babysitter. But that's not something we need to unpack here. At least not right now. We need to be like level 10 friends. Anyways. I think I'm gonna call it here though. Because I can feel my throat starting to get a little worn out from the yapping. I have not yapped this much in a while. So I think it is time for me to end. It's also like dinner time, so I should probably be figuring out dinner soon. But I'm glad that I could check in with you guys for a little bit. Next stream, I don't know when that will be, but maybe over the weekend I might play a game or something. We'll see how it goes. But I'm very happy that we got a chance to hang out and check in with each other. I have missed you guys, so this was nice for me. Big luck on the interview, thank you! Like I said, I'll probably be keeping you guys updated on the sub account, with how it goes. Like if I make it to the next round or what have you. I'll do my best to keep you updated. And then maybe gaming on the weekend. Perhaps. We'll see. But yeah, I missed you guys lots, so I'm happy we got to spend a bit of time together. I can't guarantee when the next one will be, but we'll see. So until then, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend your time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu!